Pat, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Alright. Log in, dude. Let's go. Check my transmog. Wait, again. Oh, hello, Barricade. How's it going, man? Welcome, everyone. Hit a pattern. Garo of Universe, Nightfall, Yoshi's Gaming, Bundle, Gazooie, Cetabyte, Vile, Kaiser, 490, Percy. First question of the day. Uber unique drop rates are better for certain classes than others. No, they're not. It's just that some classes have more items in the pool, like Barbs. They have one extra item in the pool, and Necro. Yeah, they both have Doombringer and Grandfather. And the other classes, Rogue doesn't have Grandfather, and Sorc and Druid have Barbarian instead of any of the swords. Finally able to catch a stream start. Well, hello. Why is my Seneschal unstoppable?
Hello.
Hello. Do we have mats? We do have mats. I want to do some durials. Log in. And then connects. We need +1 for Duriel, guys. On hardcore. Anyone else up for it? Fresh health heads. And some stuff here. I still haven't done the stronghold, man. I need to do it now. $1,000 Duriels, no Ubers. Is it possible? Possible, yes, but I don't believe it. Okay, we have someone. Senua, okay. They want to do 5 sets each, I think, or something. Yingya awaits my visits. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, we're waiting for an answer from the Cora. What's my setup here, actually? Okay, I'm gonna randomly die to something. Oh, I think I'm in my high tier setup, right? This is, yeah, okay. I was like doing, yeah. Can't invite. Do I have crossbow honor off? Okay, and Sinua. I got 12 runs, you can join. Okay, we have a full party now, but I wouldn't mind doing more because Chronix is slacking a little bit, and Condas is slacking a little bit. He doesn't actually have all the mats that I have. I wouldn't mind doing some more after this party. I just want to get more Ubers. Hopefully get done with this stuff. There's a Lunar Shrine. Interesting. Okay, request her to join. There's a guy. Ah. Awakened them all. Ah, this is the lunar event. Feat of strength or something. I have to click every shrine once. Dude, this event is like so tiny, it's crazy. Like it has like nothing. Okay, requested to join a party. Let's go. Thanks, Ukasa. Okay, hello everyone, by the way. I'm gonna catch up on chat in a second. Hopefully I expect bomb shots on GG like Scissorin did to the trade changes. Yeah, I hope so. Actually today I'm gonna like watch Scissorin's interview. I have actually not watched it fully. So we're gonna do that, and I also wanna like catch up a bit in general on like, you know, the PoE 2 stuff. I've not actually watched all of the like Exile con things, etc. So I just wanna like see what actually is the info that we already got in general. He just died, the world boss. Oof. Bull. Okay, so the Kaiser changed transfer a bit, but still casual. Okay, give me a second. Hi.
It is done.
I have 10 summons. Okay, I need to find my one-shot stuff. I need one-shotters in party, by the way. Ah, 10x, easy. Don't have so much stuff. And I think I still didn't fix my... Nah, okay, I kind of fixed my stash issue for now. So okay, they have 18 eggs, 16... and do 4 times 8. I'm trying to coordinate with the party. Do you do vaults onto 50 or whisper? No and no, you do domain tunnels. And the season quest line. Okay, 4 times 5. You do 4 times 5. More without the core than later. Okay. Okay. Do we have the paragon thing still? Yes. Any other things that we're gonna do here? Let's just keep this there, I guess. Okay, I have to do 10. 10. I should farm Helters again soon. Oh, they're there? Okay. Starting in with Rogue in Season 3. Shadow Cold Imbu feels fishy. You want to try Poison Imbu or Poison Cold? They got some points I noted in the guide. Are you talking about TB or what, Monos? Yes. What did you not get? Half of the maggot. Okay. Thanks, John Dawson. What build is this? This is Penarth. I just like repurposed it a bit for Duriel. Just like equipping those 4 uniques, doing one-shot combo. It's basically a mix of the Penarth and the one-shot builds that you see in the description on YouTube or on my Discord. Elixir. Hi, Marcel. Hi, Roman. Surprised you can't even redo lunar challenges for the caches. I could with the vampire stuff in each character. Really? Is the account wide or what? 1, 2, 3. Someone is missing. Oh, okay. Sounds like they're one-tapping. Don't even get to shoot. Okay, prediction time, guys. We have 20 runs right now. That's like almost half an Uber. 2 minutes for prediction. Gamba. I have to reset now. Who wants lead? I don't want to do it. Corax can do. Gamba, yeah. Hello, Xenia. You know, a few barbarians have 500 runs and only 1 or 2 Ubers. Wonder if other barbs are out there suffering. I don't know, it sounds strange to me. I did my first Ubers of the season with Barb and I had like pretty normal drop rate. I think I got like 2 or 3 on the Barb in like 100 something runs, which is very average. Shaco on the 7th run, let's go. Not expected, edge mask combination is a trade, red mask don't work for poison imbuement. Doesn't mean comp points would not work if poison imbue. No, it's the same as the last season basically, Monoceas. All these things already didn't work last season. Well, the odds are definitely 2%. I mean, I've seen some stats that indicate it's 2% at least. And from my experience, it definitely feels that way. Ran 152 tutorials and pulled 5 Ubers. Yeah, that's pretty lucky. Want to use Heartsick or not Puncture? What's the advantage of Puncture right now? Here we get 15% crit damage, that's kinda nice. And 10% damage reduction from the Ranger Cliff. No T-Ref, glad you like the setup by the way. Which one are you playing? The fact that the pet is character bound is dumb, I agree. Kind of ugh. I mean, on the other hand, I mean, while leveling up a new character, you get your pet leveled up as well in wolves and stuff, and it's like not that hard to max it out now. But the fact that the unique stones are character bound is kind of stupid. You know, at least Uber uniques you can share between your characters. I think you should be able to do the same with the unique stones from Malphas at least. That would be fine then, I think. Okay, wir müssen eine Runde auf Deutsch machen, ja? Ab geht's. Ah, die Gottes-Töter-Krone. Ja, es fehlt noch sehr viel Kopium hier. C. Zum 4. Okay, die meisten Gegenstände hier sind ziemlich nutzlos. Okay, schauen wir mal, ob ich einen Schuss hinkriege. Bevor die Barbaren es machen. Okay. Ja. Schlecht. Okay, auf zum Baum. Wie heißt denn das auf Deutsch? Baum des Flüsterns? How to go through items so fast? Well, I've done it 50,000 times. That's how. And also, it's just like, you know, when in doubt, you first mark it as trash, because it's most likely trash. And then you can still go and check it, in case you see something that catches your eye. So, the default setting is everything is trash. I'm doing great, Nate, and you? Following endgame build with caltrops and endgame penshot. Okay. Well, good luck. Any build organizations on Darius? No. On Darius is not like really build defining or something right now. It's just like a nice item, but nothing super crazy. It's a bit underwhelming for an Uber, I guess. Is it really after 3 PM there? Yes. Somewhere in the world it's even after 4 and after 5 and after 6 and after 7. And more. Mini loot filter allow me to mark aspects as wanted and in legendary close or something. I think it wouldn't be that hard to make like some working loot filter that can do a lot more than that. That would be actually useful for many things. But I mean, this like aspects thing is gonna go away very soon anyway, right? So I think that in particular would be kind of useless to introduce. Like very soon we don't care about aspects anymore at all, so... Yeah, well, look at that ring. Damn, son. It's a pretty high roll. Is it also perfect on damage? It's also perfect on damage. That's a crazy X-Force. Why Heartseeker and Pim Puncture? It's like same speed, 10% damage reduction from the glyph. In my case also 50% extra damage. For single targets I use this. For blasting I use this, which it just allows you to shoot at range, which is nice. Oh. I got double drop, but X-File again. Thanks Incognito for the 2 subs. Well, the crit buff is only really useful for like bossing, so that's why I like Heartseeker there as well. Usually I have the primary Heartseeker to get the 2 shots. Gives you like more consistent precision stacks. So I just swapped this for the bossing right now. Don't know why what are you doing wrong, but the one-shot build is so bad. Sometimes you do 25 million, the other time you do 9 million. I mean, there's like some modifiers that apply or don't, depending on the timing as well. For example, a Gauntlet crown, you have only 3 seconds to do your entire combo, including all the arrows from every fire. So it's not very long. Like from the first hit until the last hit, there cannot be more than 3 seconds if you want to use that modifier. then maybe your energy is not high enough or so sometimes, then the Beastfall Druids might do less. Maybe you mess up your Banisher's Talisman and don't actually do the overpower. Or maybe you mess up your calm points and don't actually do the free. The dash as well gives a 50% multiplier, and then after the dash you need to immediately shoot your rapid fire, because you have tricks of the trade. You cannot do another attack in between. What I'm looking for now, missing still Shaco and Starless. Ah, look at that. Hello. Easy, Forbidden Souls. Thoughts on Ring of Starless Skies and Hoda Barb? That depends on like what exactly you do with your Hoda Barb. I'm not sure how Hoda Barb is played right now. Are they actually playing Unbridled? I guess if you play Unbridled and you try to work in Banished Lords and Ring of Red Fury, then Starless is like the exact opposite of what you want, because they're trying to spend as much resources as possible and not less. So in that case it's actually a downside. But if you don't do this like Banished Lords Talisman strat and Red Fury, then it's pretty good, yeah. Another decent boss there. How many endurance am I gonna do today? This is 20, and maybe more afterwards. Dakora has very few, but I have more mats, I wanna get rid of them, because both Dakora and also Condis are not grinding as hard. Cronix and me have more, and I think Senua as well. So maybe we can invite someone else after this and do more. Can you outrun Son of Malphas? Very easily, yeah. He just jumps in the air and then he's gone, so you just run away from him. Could easily switch between TB Rogue and one-shot RG without tweaking the board too much. You can definitely do it very easily with this build here. I didn't change very much. I basically just picked up 6 points here for Tricks of the Trade, and was it. For TB... I mean, it's probably fine, but... It's like a much bigger like change, basically, in many ways. Like, also the aspects might be different and all. So... You can probably try to work it out somehow. To do like both. Without too much trouble. Helm? Fuck. Well, believers win. GG.
May the light keep you.
Check my profile. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did this? I forgot to check your transfer actually, guys. I'm gonna do it in a second. But you don't have to redeem the other thing now. what exactly? What do you want now, guys? Did you just win big? Wait, the other guy also got the Nandis in the same run. Only cracked. You misclicked. The mod here? The mods can give you the points back. I found a percentage of a good Uber. Yeah. And we'll see. I'm actually piling up a bunch of Ubers now. So I have 2 Andys, 3 Cedics, 1 Grandfather, 1 Doombringer. No starters, no Shaka, man. But at least it kind of feels like I'm slowly done with my duty here, so that's good. Hopefully Malphas soon as well. What hell, I'm running on this build, this is God Slam. Good luck with Boom. What happened on the World Boss, by the way? Which level were you? What class do you want to play primary in Gauntlet? Rogue and Barb. I'm gearing both up with like GG stuff. I'm gonna make some build videos soon for my Gauntlet setups. I mean, of course, it's gonna be that patch and stuff, so we don't know exactly if it's gonna be it, but yeah. Gonna make like a Gauntlet version of... I'm not 100% sure if I want to do PNRF or Barrage. I think Barrage might be a pretty good candidate. And double swing. I'm probably gonna take double swing into the Gauntlet and see how that goes on the first week. They are not, thanks for suckers. Maybe busy boys going week to week with optimal build guides for Gauntlets would be a good time. I think there is no chance that we're gonna change our builds, really. I don't think the Gauntlet is gonna be that different week by week. It's gonna have like, you know, a new route and stuff. But I strongly doubt we're actually gonna adjust our builds very much. Like, there's no real, like, change in the Gauntlet that I see they could do that would force us to do that, at least. Unless they actually change, you know, the difficulty and the, like, everything, the monster level and stuff, and we actually have to, like, you know, focus a lot more on single target and a lot more on defense, and other times we just blast through him or something, but I don't think that's happening. I think Blizzard stock will be the fastest overall in the Gauntlet. That sounds like copium. But on the other hand, it also doesn't really matter. Because which class is the best in Gauntlet or not is only relevant for group play, and not for solo play. And, well, in 4-man, suddenly something like Blizzard Sorc, I don't really see happening. So... did I know that? No, I don't know. I mean, I've played the Gauntlet once when I was in the Blizzard headquarters. But I just doubt that they're gonna change, like, major factors between week-to-week Gauntlets. Like, they didn't tell me anything about it. But I played, like, the Gauntlet, which was, like, a very early version of it, which it looks very different now already from the previews that I've seen. But nothing so far at least indicates that we're gonna have to adjust our builds for the Gauntlet from week to week. I wouldn't think so. And there's also nothing in the game where, for example, we have, like, you know, damage to undead and damage to beast and damage to humanoid or something, or these kind of things in the game as well. So you're gonna have the same build, and that's it. There's only like the elixirs for that, for example, but I hope that we're not gonna be forced to get elixirs. That'll be kinda shitty. Polarized Druid should be good too. Yeah, Polarized Druid is a really strong build right now, yeah. It's probably the best overall Druid build, I'd say. That's kind of close, honestly. Druid has a bunch of good builds. There's Lightning Storm, there's Pulverize. Tornado is also somewhat solid, but I think we put it a bit down now. Yeah, if you go like movement speed capped or nearly movement speed capped Pulverize with a Banish Lord's Talisman into the Gauntlet and just like one-tap the bosses, I mean, that's gonna be pretty good for sure. Now, there's a kind of big amulet there, defensively at least. Even with the Juggernaut on it for 8,000 armor, because why not? Putting aspect on aspect already imprinted, is that new? That is not new. Shred is very good. Yeah, but it seems like, I mean, you have to kill bosses in the Gauntlet, and these bosses seem somewhat tanky, and they seem to have roughly 30 million life, apparently. Which is like somewhat comparable to like Duriel solo, I guess. Because I don't know exactly how the damage reduction formula scales. This one. But the monster level in Gauntlet is 124, right? And with 30 million life, you know, they're gonna take a bit less damage than like a level 100 boss. Duriel has 45 million in solo. So I guess you're looking at like, you know, a build that can do a Duriel in like 5 seconds. Or so, maybe 10. Depending on how many the bosses we have to kill in the Gauntlet. But I expect it's gonna be many, and you have only 8 minutes. I expect you're gonna, on average, kill something like a boss per minute or so. And you don't wanna use more than, like, you know, let's say 5 or 10 seconds maximum on them. I think 10 seconds would be already too slow for a proper Gauntlet build. So basically you need to have something like consistent 5 million plus DPS on a boss. And then, of course, you know, movement speed cap, go fast as fuck, and one-shot entire screens. So I think stuff like Pulverize, for example, is going to be pretty good for that. Because you can one-tap the bosses, and you can one-tap everything else. And you can go real fast. Well, the more you know, Nate. I mean, one advantage of something like Blizzard Sorc is you don't actually have to loot anything in the Gauntlet. I guess. I mean, there's no items or something, I imagine, so. That's kind of an advantage. Like, you can just, like, you know, pass your thing and run. But is one Blizzard enough to kill everything? Are you gonna kill the bosses fast? Yeah, an optimized Blizzard Sorc can probably kill bosses pretty fast, I guess.
Another time.
Fast plus one time everything equals good. Yes, take notes. It's not about Blizzard killing things, monsters keep running after you into other Blizzards. Yeah, I don't know, I think Druid and Sorcs are mostly gonna be dominated by Ahavarion procs though. I think Ahavarion is probably gonna be the meta. Like with the extra shrine duration you can have this patch, I think you can actually push your Ahavarion shrines to go and overlap into the next one already. And in that case, I think competing on those two classes is going to be extremely annoying. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ahavarion changed, at least for inside the Gauntlet. Maybe in Season 4 or something. You can try it, yeah. Okay, so I need to finally check out Kaiser though. So is this the one I should look at? Sorc? Yeah, it's a Sorc from last time, right? Oh, it looks much more fancy now. So yesterday we had to redeem my check my transmog from Kaiser. You guys might remember. Or was like a super Pega one? This looks pretty cool though, I like it. This is like a set. I also like the Arvarian, actually fits really nicely. I guess he made it around Arvarian. Free curses, there's Fireball build. Elementalist, Tarnisher, 2 volts. Yeah, this build has a lot of damage, I guess. This should be a really good build for a Gauntlet as well, I think, if you want to do something like that. Elementalist, 3 curses, the glove, the boots. You go like movement speed cap almost all the time. It's pretty sick. I like the transmark, that's cool. What do you guys think? I guess Polarized Druid will suck at Gauntlet. I strongly doubt it will suck. I think it's gonna be one of the best builds for Druid. But it may just be faster with Lightning Storm. If you have enough damage to actually, like, you know, kill the bosses in like 2 seconds, 3 seconds or so with Lightning Storm, which is probably possible. If you go for everything, the full combo. And also it's like probably easier to include Arvarian on Lightning Storm than it is on Pulverize. Because Pulverize you want Benesol's Talisman, most likely. And this means you want the Shockwave on a 2-handed weapon. And if you have Arvarian, then you have to put a Shockwave on the normal slot, which is kind of yikes. So that might be a bit of an issue. That depends on how good Arvarian turns out, I guess. I think you'll be able to trade Ubers for other ones. You got 6 setting necks. Yeah, that's actually what I'm expecting from the Uber patch that I'm gonna do. They said you should hold onto your Ubers. And I think this is most likely something like that. Why do I have a second Chronix in chat, by the way? We have one in the party and we have one in chat. Chronix imposter. Shaco not Sorc, Fiber must hit hard. Yeah, this seems like a super min-max setup already. Seems very nice. Yeah, I played Fireball in Season 1, it was really nice. And it's even better now. They buffed the gloves, they buffed the staff. Okay, using Arvarian. The staff is not that important. But the gloves are really important, and like the other uniques, the Tarasha ring that came in, like it must be pretty nutty now actually, this build. You're probably destroying hundreds of that easily, right? We spoke to Kron earlier. How come you have the same name? Everyone kept pestering Rob about the S builds. I was mentioned he couldn't figure out why it would be better than existing charge holder builds. Well, maybe he should play some double swing at some point. Maybe he's gonna figure it out. I'm definitely gonna go into Gauntlet with double swing, at least for the start, and we'll see how it goes. I got an insane dagger here, by the way, for a TB build or something. Like, it won't be that hard. Like, if the bosses actually have around 30 million life, it won't be that hard to make double swing strong enough to kill them extremely fast. Not one-shot. But you don't necessarily immediately one-shot bosses and Hoda either. Like, you might not get a crit, you might not get an overpower. So you might have to do like 2-3 bonks on a boss anyway. And then you basically get the same pace of a double swing barb. But then double swing just does everything else faster. Shah is the best for hardcore Lilith. Sorc, I guess. He thinks it's weak doing 5-8 million non-crit from a single double swing. Wait, is this it? Done? Oh. Ah, let me do it. Fuck! Why is it? Why is it always the undies, man? Ugh. That build is not listed. You mean that build that one-shots bosses is not called the boss one-shot rogue and is not listed in the exclamation build command? Then I think you need some new glasses. Poison rogue. Oh man. Yeah, I have 3 undies now and 3 aesthetics, man. What the fuck? Okay, then. Look at that. I should just mark it as salvage, man. Just. This is a pretty good beneficials, though. Oh, oh, that guy has one more. So I can summon 7 more times right now. So I can do a nice little rota. You hear your Shaka wanting to get Andy. What are you trying to do with Andy? Yo, Andre, good luck. What produces Andes? Yeah, I also want to try find it out. But he even just said that they want an Andy with the Shaco already. So that's very sus. Can use Andaris or Shreds. That was last season though, no? I mean, in general, I guess on Druids, it's somewhat useful for Envenom. So there may definitely be some setups where you're just gonna run Undies and you proc Envenom that way instead of using Poison Creeper, for example. Or on the Rogues, you can proc Debilitating Toxins, which is nice.
Bless and thank you.
So, do we have more Living Steel? I have 20. And that's it. So this is 4 more shards. I can do it. Yeah, okay. I can do them real quick. Okay, we need +1. Was there someone who asked me earlier who can join? No, right? Someone from chat? Kaiser, okay. I have +1. 5 sets. Hey, Zarmos. I sub 4x for 4 shards. Okay, 4x to Chronex, let's go. But didn't borrow. Oh, someone is doing... Oops. Let's put this here. So the Cora is... Yeah, the Cora is leaving. I'm gonna go on the barn real quick. Get some eggs. I'm gonna invite the Kaiser. I think they should release Gauntlet in Season 4 at this point. No, that's a pretty bad move, I think. I see no reason to wait. Why would they wait with the Gauntlet release? If it's ready, if anything, the Gauntlet's gonna be better in Season 4 because now they can adjust it and, you know, do stuff. So they should just get it out and, you know, worst case, you know, change it a bit. It's in the best case scenario, I think. Okay. Actually, I shouldn't get invited here. It's gonna convert it real quick. Even though I have enough. Yeah, give me like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, Kaiser. Or we go right away. What happened here? Oh. Okay. Here we go again, guys. Another prediction. You just got 2 drops in 20 runs. So let's see if we get another one. Another prediction is up. 2 minutes for the prediction. Hey, Damalios, thanks for something else. Adding another 20. Maybe for snapshot and Darius or poison with Tarasha. But I mean, who's snapshotting anything at this point, you know? It's not AOZ anymore. Like, why do you want to snapshot stuff for like a single run? It's kind of stupid. I seem to have lost a prediction. Okay, I need to get my stuff. Was the Cora the one-shotting a thing? Do I actually have to one-shot boss now? I guess I could, but it's nice when I don't have to. We hope they lock the Gauntlet. Yeah, I mean, if they don't do that, that would be extremely stupid. They had more than enough time to prepare for locking our skills and items in the Gauntlet. So... And they already know about the snapshot stuff. They already talked about it in the campfire before season started a month ago and all that. So if they don't lock the items, then yikes. Killer shot. Wait, where is someone? Is someone going here? Cinema. Check my profile, yes, meow. Hello, by the way. Nice to see you. You're down 500k points. What out? Oh man. Sometimes the darkest lose. Okay guys, we go again. How have you been doing, Meow, by the way? Can you get some meows in chat? For one and only Meow Dorator. And some woody woos. Like all these drawn woody emotes, they're actually commissioned by Meow as a gift to me, in case you didn't know. I'm meowsing. I wish YouTube had those. Yeah, YouTube doesn't support GIF emotes yet, so that's kind of sad. Like you have the woo and the stuff, and I think they're just static. It's kind of stupid. I'm not sure why. Maybe they fixed it lately, but I don't think so. I checked it at least some time ago. But I have more emote stores now on YouTube. I can actually check and add more at least. How do you make monsters unstoppable? By crowd controlling them for more than 5 seconds with hard crowd controls. And also, at some point, even with slows and chills, they become unstoppable. But I'm not sure exactly how that works. Actually a pretty nutty glove if I care only about Rapid Fire. Which I probably won't. Congrats for your first tier 100, by the way, Div C. You always choose the underdog regardless of what I believe. And the thing is that, you know, you kind of have to like average out the probability, right? Like if I do 20 runs, you know, it's a 2% chance, then the distribution should be 40 yes, 60 no. Roughly. I mean, it's not the exact math if you do the math properly, but the statistical average is that. And I usually would just go with the statistical average in that case. Say, okay. Like if I was voting now, I'd probably vote no for the Gamba. But I probably wouldn't go all in, you know? It's a good figure step, by the way. Good luck, Meow. Nah, even without overpower, I can do like almost 10 million per arrow, turns out. So I don't think I'm gonna bother with the Banished's Talisman. This is already like a bit more than a quarter of Duria's life, I guess. Or so. 8 arrows. Nah, it's around a quarter in 4-man. I could actually kill him without overpower in solo with my setup right now. Quite easily. So that's cool. What class I'm going to play? LE? Haven't decided yet. I might start Rogue though. After rain, I'm good, yeah. Are there any builds that use Figure Step? Yeah, there's a bunch of builds, I guess, that can do it. I think Arclash does it, for example, for Unstable Currents. Rain of Arrows does it. Probably a bunch of stuff on Necro. Like Infinimus or something. I guess there's definitely options at least. Barb, not really. They don't really have any ultimate that matters. Druids, potentially. Petrify is kind of good and stuff. I mean, Flicker Step is like an item that's like good for like, especially like high-end content. And it's like slow pace enough so that evading actually matters and you actually have time to do it. A bit sick, yeah, get well. Can ask about mobility skills if the dodge roll can turn into a teleport. You mean on Sunday for the interview with Jonathan? Yeah, I haven't really decided yet like all the questions and stuff, but sure, if you have any suggestions for the PoE 2 interview, guys, let me know. I got 2 Andaras earlier, Charlie. Why aren't they updating a 10-year-old UI? You mean the PoE? I don't know, the PoE 2 UI looked quite different though, no? Ask if to play D4. Well, I'm pretty sure they're well aware of what D4 is doing. I mean, originally when they announced PoE 2, or when they talked about PoE 2 like years ago, like they said initially that this is supposed to be the answer for Diablo 4. Some time ago, at least, very long ago. They said something along those lines. Because they were very afraid of Diablo 4. Does anyone know if Polarize is nature damage? Yeah, it's because all builds have plus nature damage, but the skill isn't tagged as nature. This is because the aspect makes it a nature or a magic skill. There's an aspect of Polarize. Should offer a paid service where I optimize people's builds with what they have. You pay $10. That'll be pretty easy money, I guess. I'm not sure if I really want to do that when I can just do it for free.
Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
Hello, poop. Oh, Kaiser got a Barbarian. Stinky set of joy. How about that? Can you send nudes even if we don't get a build advice? What are we gonna do with those nudes? Hey Black Razor, what interview am I doing on Sunday? It's gonna be with Jonathan Rogers, the POE2 game director. They're doing like a series of interviews, and I'm like one of the content creators that have the opportunity to talk to him. A new unique's also an eternal one, yes. Also yes. Nature's Fury key passive really stuns polarize. You're in Nature's Fury with a polarized build, yeah, that's kind of... Yikes. Claw, claw, trample, claw, claw, trample. Yeah, I tried the Nature's Fury stuff. Not with the Stormclaw setup, but just like spamming Windshear. But honestly, I didn't like it. The damage felt so low. Like compared to playing Earthen Might and like Triple Companion, the damage felt so fucking low when I was playing with Windshear spam and Trample spam with the symbiotic aspect. I was not impressed at all. I just went back to the Triple Companion and it felt so much better. Don't burst me to our D4 armory, oh shit. Does it actually show the right stuff even? Like I noticed that last time I checked this, it was not really showing like the right like stats, everything was like really weird. So what do you want me to look at actually? Okay, these numbers are all off as fuck. 86.81% chance of going dark shot. Like what? Gauntlet prep. You put the cart for the horse. I mean, I'd rather have all my Ubers when the gauntlet starts and not after, you know? Yeah, this doesn't really... I'm not sure what do you want me to look at exactly. This thing is like scuffed. This whole armory side seems so scuffed, man. Like, why can't they like improve this interface a little bit? And these like tooltip bugs. I mean, usually it would be easier to just like make, for example, a default planner link. You can put your entire gear there, and I mean, it will take a lot of time, but then it's easier to look at, and I can actually see what's going on. Do you see paragons here as well? No, it's just the items that they have equipped. I mean, they have a Mother's Embrace, so that's already one problem I see. And a Grasshopper Shadow, two problems. So you want to get rid of both of these? Yeah, Mother's Embrace is absolutely terrible. I mean, first of all, you're playing a rogue. the Sky Hunter. This means they're most likely just playing a typical combo point build, which means resources are irrelevant, which means Mother's Embrace is irrelevant, even if it was good. And Grasp of Shadow is just terrible. The effect literally does nothing. So you just get like 2 extra core skill ranks. That could be an actual aspect. And you could have some other good damage stats there as well. Let me see all these effects here. I see random diamonds. What are these diamonds? So I guess this is... Okay, I see 5 rubies, so this is your armor. I guess this is the weapons, and this is like... in your jewelry, 3 diamonds. Yeah, you should never run diamonds in your jewelry. Usually the individual... I mean, okay, there are some cases where diamond makes sense, but they're rare. But triple diamonds is definitely not the way. Usually you put individual ones. Because they give you 30 res, and diamonds only give you 25. So almost every time at least, you happen to just be better off with individual res gems. You have life on kill on a helm, it's kind of useless stat. You have ranks of dash on the boots, that's kind of useless. Damage to dazed enemies is also not great exactly. Also see ranks of Dark Shroud, life regeneration while not damaged, and strength. Oh boy. Yeah, those pants are really terrible. Dude, I got 2 double draws in a row. Damage reduction from poisoned enemies. I guess that makes some sense here. Physical damage seems really pointless on the chest. Is this thing rolled? If not, I can get rid of the shadow damage there and put something like life on it. You want life on ring usually. Crit damage, life, and then... it's not a build where it needs resource generation, but that's also a good roll most of the time. Thanks for the bits, by the way. Okay, let's see, can I do it? Double drop again. I got 3 double drops in a row. Double drops don't mean shit anymore. I mean, it didn't change anything about the drops today. So every time you see double drop, it's still, you know, there's a chance. So, especially when you see one of the slots that is actually good. Haven't seen not one streamer grind for Mats or Duriel. I think you're watching the wrong streamers. Or you're watching it just at the wrong time. What differentiates this season from last C4 season? Yeah, I mean, lots of general game updates. I mean, the season theme, yeah, it's not super crazy or so, but new builds and stuff, new balancing. Gauntlet is coming soon. Do you follow the POE Gauntlet? Yes, I do. I've been watching, like, especially Ben, Nick, and Karn quite a bit. They're like my favorites.
Bless and
Website looks like it's from the dark web. Yeah, this armory website, man. I mean, I don't know what exactly they do to, like, you know, get this info, but I know it's not kosher exactly. Like, people asked us about like an import feature of the characters to the default planner, for example, like we do in D3. Like in D3 we have the import function, but yeah, while you could like rip that data off the game client, it's like not exactly like allowed and stuff as far as I know, so. Double drop again, man. Boots pants though, so. Min roll on both. Need 600 runs in, 0 Ubers. Really, that's insane. If that's true, that's insane. Should play some lottery. You spent all your bad luck. About the PoE Gauntlet, by the way. Just earlier today, before the stream actually, I started writing up a PoE Gauntlet style event concept 44 as well. So I want to do something similar like we did back in season 28 in D3. During this season. So stay tuned for that. Oh god. Meow the Raider. Back in action. As long as someone walks through fire and dies over the course of 5 minutes again, I'll be happy. Oh man, it was one of the glorious... Was that actually the winner of the rip clip stuff, by the way? I remember when we did the voting on the rip clips. That's definitely going to be included, by the way, of course. Voting on the best rip clips. Ah, yeah, right, it was... Yeah, I remember. And we have this here. Graphics. Got a crossbow and a druid to drop. Stash a cargo holder, so this thing close in days. Is it worth selling? No. Like all the range rogues want Sky Hunter basically. And many rogues is not a huge thing, and the many rogues don't want those stats, so. Mount Gift is still active, yeah. It lasts like an entire month. It's like another 2 weeks or something. And Captain J. Yeah, hobby too. Okay, guy. See you later, man. Are we done? I'm out. We got to the same day, Shaco, Melted Heart, and Grandpapa, nice. Okay, looks like we're done, guys. So, no Uber this time. Towers win. How's the health tide? Guess we're not gonna Sorc. What about these things? 9 minutes. Well, thanks for that, guys. I guess I'm gonna go and farm some materials. Top rate of the Uber is around 2%.
Very good. Thank you.
I think that's it.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
Oh, it's a lot of stuff here. 12 minutes. Okay, let's go there actually. You love how fast the event was? Yeah, I mean, it's not like the event really has anything, man. It's just like, okay, you get some extra shrines and that's it. And you, basically just free cosmetics for everyone. I mean, sure. I felt Medieval Blight was a bit too grindy to get everything. But at least, you know, you interacted with the event a little bit. Now it's just kind of like, okay, you get some free stuff and enjoy. Are these rituals? Okay, let's go this one, I guess. We can do the rituals. He's a person. He's got levels. Done with Durios today. I could do a bit more. I could do like another round of 20 or so, especially if we do like one more Hell Tide maybe. I have enough Varshan mats. I have a lot of Varshan. I have 30 Varshan still and 13x. Yeah, I'm out of shards though, and I can only get 4 more right now. So yeah, it's time for some Hell Tide.
It is done.
I think. But I'll catch these whispers anyway while they're here. Why no consuming shadow and the position imbue? I mean, position imbue is literally useless because they have always 100% crit chance. And, well, the consuming shadow is just like something for like, you know, level 20 or so. When you don't have resources and you don't care too much about doing full combos all the time, but later on you don't shoot often enough to actually spend all these resources. Hello, Humphrey. I'm good, and you? Just left clicking on the thing actually does not demount you. It's kind of strange. Need a Malvance, so be down. 5 Rota. We can do Malv Rota actually. I think Dakora is not part of that anyway. I'm not sure if like Chronix has any mats left. Can ask Chronix. Got 40 Malphite cost. Okay, so I can have Kaiser, Kaiser, Bile. I think I also have a bunch left. Let me see. Oh, here's one. Okay. Okay, Chronix is not joining though, so we need +1.
It is done.
Can you ignore Christians again entirely with this build? You can, but I wouldn't entirely ignore it. I would probably at least get Christians on gloves, maybe on the ring as well. Like more Christians definitely helps you a little bit to get more consistent procs of position after only 3 attacks. But if you just play consistent like 4 to 1 cycle, then you don't need any Christians really. Especially with Sky Hunter, because Sky Hunter also gives you guaranteed crits. So I generally don't really need crit. Okay, Grandma got anything good from rolling obols? Yes. Yeah, obols are really good for rings and amulets, because you don't care much about the item power on those slots. And you can't target farm them, and you just generally don't get that much of them. It's kind of funny, just go and click a shrine and it's the Whisper Man, what the hell. It's so strange. Okay, I need +1 for Malphas on hardcore with 5 runs, so 35 cores. Is anyone available? Must teleport to another city, the chest is there. Yeah, they brought back the bug from last season, somehow pattern. With I think it's only in Kyrgyzstan though. It's kind of funny, I'm running into the dungeon and I still have the Lunar Shrine. In Scotland too? Oh shit. Okay, maybe it happens everywhere then. I heard it was only in Kyrgyzstan. Oof. And a smoke bud. Any chance I can bring back the bug that gave 3 chakras on health side? I mean, just wait and see until they do this uber unique patch. They said they will do something soon, so probably not 3 chakras, but it'll be much more accessible, I guess. Okay, we still need +1 for Malphas. Did I miss a message? Or anyone here who wants to do Malphas on hardcore? Okay, Kaiser found one actually. Okay, perfect. Okay. Bile, do I have it on my list by the way? I think so, right? Okay. I'll make the party after this run. No caffeine. Thanks for Prime. Walls in 3 minutes, never pick up items. I mean, that's the main reason I'm here though. I want the items, that's why I'm doing these side tiers. I mean, I guess you can just like skip the items and pick only the stuff at the end. I can also like start actually like only looting the stuff I really want to save. But yeah, I definitely want to have some options for the chest pieces. Some other things. Thanks for the upgift. What was that? Anonymous, appreciate it. What are my thoughts on last Epoch? Really fun game. I just think it's like still like, you know, it's like not fleshed out enough to really keep me long term or something. while it does have like really cool like build options and stuff, you know, that the long-term progression is just like too short, I feel. But other than that, it has like some really cool mechanics. The crafting is excellent and stuff like that. The build diversity is really cool, I think. Great loot. Okay, let me see. Okay, can I make a hybrid setup here? Let's see. We do this, we do this, we do this, we do this. I guess. Okay, we got this. This is fine. I guess you want to go RF here. We're going to go both. Let's just take this. Wait, who is this whispering me now? Only barbs. Ah. Okay, I think my setup should be fine. And then just swap in the Shadow Clone here. Actually, I think I was just running like this anyway last time. It didn't actually change. I can do this, this, and this. I think that's what I was doing. It says teleport unavailable. What class will be the strongest going into the Gauntlet? Barb. Is anyone watching or is it gonna be me? Okay, I'll go this way. I'm not particularly fast in my setup right now. I have like mostly boss killer setup. So I like to take this path here. I think it's the shortest. Maybe left side is the shortest, but it's whatever. We had the first son of Malthus. Yeah, he's a bit like the Butcher, just like less dangerous and more tanky. And more boring. Yeah, it makes no sense to play a certain class just because you want to compete in a Gauntlet, unless you want to try to be on like the most or the least competitive class. So I guess the most competitive is probably going to be Bard, because it's like where all the big blasters are this season. And you know, it's like the meta class. And then like the least competitive is probably going to be like, you know, Sorc or Necro or something. Maybe gaming mechanic where you salvage Ubers from mods to craft a random. Yeah, it could be that, or it could be like, you know, you can target them. I mean, either way, I guess it works depending on like how RNG they want to make it. Maybe you can just like recycle them all the time until you get one. Don't quite one-shot him. But almost. Then estimate for Sorcerer or the all just A. I mean, right now we don't have any built in S tier for Sorc. I guess like you know, end game, like fully optimized, they kind of pop off. We might have some S tier builds on like a speed farming tillers, for example.
You can still use these.
I don't remember right now, but in overall end game, like, you know, including everything, Sorc is like not super crazy, like, you know, one-tapping bosses and all that stuff. Although you can get, you know, pretty fast, I guess. I still need Evernight. I have Genesis on both characters, I need Evernight on both characters. Found Evernight on the rogue that died, right before I died. That was unfortunate, but yeah. Let's hope we don't get too many Genesis duplicates. I found a duplicate already on this rogue. Thank you. And runs the tactical Genesis. On average, I drop every 15 runs, roughly. One of them. It's not too crazy. But the fact that they can get duplicates and then don't do anything with them is kinda sad, so... I said there could be one, but it needs optimizing. No, that's not what I said. I said like on our, like at the endgame tier list on Maxwell, we didn't put any Sorc in S. Because they just don't really have like this throughput. And like maybe late game when you have like, you know, insane setups and you can destroy T100s and everything easily, sure. But then you're looking more at like the speed farming tier list, I guess. Oh. Okay, that was bad. I guess I can make a prediction, guys. We are doing 20 runs here, by the way. 20 runs for Uberstone. Let's do 20 runs for Evernight, because I have Genesis already, but Evernight drop in 20 runs. Gamba activated. Let's go. But here, let's see tier lists. Where's the speed farming? I'm not sure where you put them. But here's a bunch of stuff, for example. It's like, you know, late game and you're like blasting everything. Sorc definitely catches up on the other classes, you know, because the ceiling of content is not that high currently. So Sorc actually has the damage to perform, you know, at a decent level. And you have mobility with teleport and stuff. Yo, Nekizo, thank you for the subs. Yeah, bull lighting still melts. Bull lighting still a pretty good build. And funny enough, it's bugged in the other way now. It's actually weaker than it should be. Opposite make lots of boss drop features in future. It was annoying. Yeah, I don't mind grinding some bosses. But if it's like too often and they're kind of like, you know, not very exciting or something. Like Duriel, you know, it just gets boring at this point when you kill them like, you know, hundreds of times. It's fine that you have to farm bosses a little bit, but, you know, it's a bit much. Always the same. If there was like more bosses to farm, and you would actually fight them instead of just like one-shot them in a 4-man party or something. I guess most parties that actually seriously try to farm Duriel probably have at least one guy who just like one-taps them. So... close to it.
Greetings.
How many months of farming Duriel? 2 per red. You need 2 shards, 2 eggs, yeah. So it's 2 Vashans and 2 Gigurars. For 1 Duriel summon.
Bless and thank you.
It's not possible to get Uber item as a casual player. I mean, if you do it solo, yeah, it's rough. If you don't do it solo though, if you actually want to group up with people and do rotations, I mean, it's pretty realistic to get Ubers. Maybe not exactly all of them, or not exactly the ones you want all the time and stuff, but... Oh, hello. Can we do it? I think we can. Ah! Some other guys went in front. Okay. Easy. Yeah, I wouldn't say that casuals shouldn't get Ubers, but I think casuals shouldn't be expected to get all of them or get them, you know, necessarily or something. Depends on how casual we're talking anyway. You know, there's also a lot of casuals who just, you know, don't even make it to World Tier 4 or something, so of course, you know, it's that's a different story, but I mean, just like, you know, reaching level 100 and doing Season Journey and stuff, yeah, maybe on the way there you actually have like a chance to get one or two, or maybe not, right? But you should definitely have to like actually put in some effort and some time to get something that goes beyond just doing the bare minimum of leveling up your character, right? We want something to actually strive for, and this is where Ubers come in, for example. That's one of the things you can strive for. And just making them too accessible so that everyone can always have all the items. I mean, the thing is that the Ubers are also just like, there's like too few of them. They're like, you know, way too prevalent in all of the builds. Like every build wants to run Shaco, every build wants to run Grandfather, and you know, all this kind of stuff. It just kind of reduces the options. I strongly dislike how advanced you are in getting Ubers with group play. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, casual, I haven't quite a single Uber in this season or the last one. Yeah, but I mean, does it make you feel bad or something? Is it a problem that you haven't gotten an Uber because you didn't play enough? Yes, it is.
Hello.
May the light
Match build for leveling a rogue, pen shot. Or they go to Tree of Whispers in Eve Dungeon. Because the vendor is right next to the waypoint, which is nice. Taking a lot of loot here. That was nice. I missed! Keck. Somehow my character didn't turn around. I dashed through him and then I probably mistargeted. Oh, that I think one got procced actually. Oh, that's on me, I guess. Yeah, Bile. Okay, he actually procced because I missed my shots. Oops. Yeah, Malphite's a pretty dangerous fight, man. Turns out.
I come back if you need the forge.
She got Doria 50 times and gotten 0 Ubers. Yeah, at 50 kills, it's not unlikely to get nothing. I think there will be a loot filter next season. I strongly doubt it. But maybe after the optimization changes, you know, they actually kind of like see what people need into the loot filters, and maybe season 5 or so will have one. I think it will be okay to not have loot filters next season, but maybe make them for season 5. Because, you know, we're gonna get a major shift in the entire game next season. Season 5 confirmed. I don't think they confirmed anything. But at least with loot 2.0 basically making its way to the game, it would make sense to make a loot filter now. Or in advance of that system. So I'd rather have them, you know, wait a season and actually, like, you know, gather, you know, the feedback. And then make a loot filter out of that. Optimization changes in season 4. Going with Rouge for a Gauntlet. Yes. I think it's going to be the most successful color. Did I put on the Andes? No. There's gods there.
Greetings.
I might try something with Andes, but I don't really believe much in the item. But since I have 3 of them now, maybe I'll do something. How hard is this boss compared to Doriel? I think Malphite is harder than Doriel, actually. You can easily one-tap you. Doriel can't really one-tap you. Unless you have like a super low-geared character. Ah! What the fuck? I was so far away. How did he, how did the poison hit me? I was standing here, man. Like, what? I was so far away. Imagine seeing the Uber Lilith hitboxes 6 months ago and wondering why these are so bad. Like, I thought it's just like in melee range, you know, like the poison puddle under him. Like when the what is it called, alkaline? Like the poison tower spawns, he drops a poison pool under his feet. But I was like way, you know, out of melee range. So I'm very surprised it hit me there. Like, you know, it always goes clockwise, so I knew it was coming. That did not change. It ends 5 minutes before the hour ends. Am I getting a fortify up? Oh yeah, true. I forgot to fortify again. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, like this we can one-tap him. I forgot about it. Gonna get pretty consistent one-taps now, actually. Like last time I guesstimated, it's like roughly 20% damage or more, just having fortify instead of not. So that's kinda nice. Man, I love it. Just one shot, cleaning the entire room. So cool. Last round, the first hit dropped into 50%. Yeah, it's like a bit RNG though. Like, I don't think I always get my Gauntlet crown, for example, and I also don't always have my pet up. Like the flash or generally sometimes it's not up, and I think Gauntlet might sometimes run out. So it's not super consistent right now. I think if I had a Shaco, I'd probably prefer just running the Shaco here. While I can do like a bigger hit with Godslayer, I would prefer just having a Shaco. It's also more defense. And the pet set sometimes just doesn't buff me. But I guess I can like wait until the pet buffs me. Guaranteed. What's going on? Okay. Okay, the buff is up. Let's see. Well, I was not fully fortified, so F. Because we were waiting so long there. You know, wait like half a minute, the fortify is gone. What is this? Thank gorgeous. We've done 150 runs, didn't get one unique stone. For real? That's insane. It's such a high chance.
Precious stones to catch a fine deal.
I'm starting to have enough single target damage. Yeah, I mean the real single target damage comes from the items, yeah. Especially Beastfall and Banished Darts. That's how I do the big nukes. Otherwise it's like mostly the same builds. I just equip these items here for Malphas runs. Maybe we should stop doing it solo. We've done 60 runs solo. Holy. And most importantly, you have to get your warding stacks. The chests behind Malphas are what drop the stones the most. So let's see, this time we're gonna be full fortified hopefully, and then we can try. I also have 42 pots, so the fortify is gonna be even bigger. Should be able to one-tap him on a good nuke. I have my flash adrenaline up. Might over Umber's aspect. Yeah, I can do both. I just don't like giving up the free skill points very much. Oh, hello. Yeah. I don't have a good recommendation for a keyboard. I'm using a very cheap ass Logitech keyboard right now. So I'm not the right guy to ask there right now. I had a Corsair K70, I like that one. But it was too noisy for Nini. And then I got this one. Actually, I mean, since I have my own streaming room, I could use the other one again. I didn't actually think about it very much. Stone Dropper is 3% per chest. That's 500. I just evaded through the beam. Invisible beams here. Don't like soda. I do, but I barely drink it. Just like Coke or something most of the time. If I have any. Egg. Do I keep my duplicate uniques? I keep like a few duplicates of like the most important ones, like Tibalt's Will and stuff. And all of the Ubers, because apparently you can do something with them soon. Yeah, Shaco would be good for this, yeah. Especially because I think I actually often don't get a Godslayer effect. I'm not sure if, like, for example, Godslayer also procs if my companion, like if my Seneschal attacks it before I walk in. It might actually proc Godslayer already and then have the timer. I definitely like to run Shaco just for the consistency, yeah. There's also like many other optimizations, like I couldn't easily one-shot Malphas if I want to, but I didn't really want to like switch my build around too much. Maybe I have trickshot aspect here that's useless. I'm actually missing Edge Masters here. This could be Edge Masters or something, or here. So I could swap the glove or the enchant on the ring. That don't know would also probably help to just one-shot him. Chest. Shit. Yeah. I spawned the poison powder right at the start, so I couldn't like do my dash combo. I feel like we're getting dangerously close to our 20 runs here, and I've gotten nothing so far. Not even a duplicate. He's so confused. I'm also confused, easy. But this how it works apparently. Maybe last time they made such a cool mount and we're like, fuck, we could have put that in the shop and got more money ourselves. So let's give the streamers a shitty mount. I'm getting the overball. What class am I playing this time? Enjoy it, oder? Nice. Why this amulet? Because this is how you one-shot the boss.
How can I help? Wait, has anyone here actually gotten a stone? No, I don't remember anyone writing in party chat that they've gotten one. There's no Doombringer. I do have a Doombringer, and I don't expect I will need a Doombringer for anything, in the Gauntlet at least. But yeah, so far I'm not using any Ubernics. All in the stash. How many have I found actually? 3, 6, 8. I have 8 Ubernics now, I guess. Holy. Got Genesis, don't know how to use it correctly. It goes on flash with tactical iteration. I can't believe that no one in this party has gotten a stone, man. What the fuck? Good to have a community that feeds me mats. I think you're on the wrong stream, Empire of Devils. This other rogue here got hit by the lightning beam, and he took not even half life. How could I get one shot the other time? That's crazy. Must be a stealth patch.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Why do you think I'm running? Why do you think I'm doing a rerun on my stream? What the fuck? And what does that have to do with hardcore? Where's the connection? Pretty sure they shadow nerfed the chance of them dropping. I found a group yesterday, 50 kills, not a single person got one then. They must have nerfed it yesterday. For sure. It cannot be anything else. Rerun login. I don't know, man. Reruns don't make much sense, I feel. What is exactly the purpose of reruns? Besides just like money. More money. And a streamer, you tell us. But I see people doing reruns and I don't understand. Okay. I'm trying to figure it out. It's like watching a world but with 2 times chat. So they can like, you know, see if they missed any details. You know, like when you watch a movie the second time. Oh, yeah. Farm views for money. I guess this is initially the purpose of reruns. I don't really see any other purpose besides getting fat money. Like, it is not really, you know, it's not really an upside for the viewer, because the viewer can just go to the VOD. You know, if they want to watch the VOD, they can just watch the VOD. It's like the same as watching the rerun, right? Beautiful 200% Fist of Fate. Like a watch what party with chat. I know, I've never watched a rerun of anyone, so I can't really imagine that there's much going on though, when you can't even interact with the streamer. There's just like a bunch of people in chat like spamming shit. If that even. Have I found a bear rune yet? No, actually. I didn't open a single one yet. So I have still 5. Is it burr or bear? I'm more on the bear side of things. Think I'll hop into last epoch at all? Yes. In fact, if I get somewhat less unlucky with my grind here, we're gonna start very soon with that. I think I'm gonna hop into it a bit in advance already to warm up a bit more. Yeah, last epoch was fun. Oh, I missed him. That generates too much money, so why not? I mean, we let hot tub streams and sleep streams on. Yeah, sleep streams are even worse than reruns, I feel. Like, why is that a thing? And then there's people doing marathons or subathons, and they include sleep in that. They don't even go no sleep. They actually sleep on their fucking subathon. Then what's the point of the subathon in the first place? You can just like wake up and start your stream again. Like, I feel like the whole purpose of subathon is to see how far you can push it before you know, before you're done, right? But if you include sleep in it, then it's not a real subathon. Then it's just like you streaming. Like normal, basically. Maybe a bit more than normal, I don't know, but, you know. Uniques, wait, did I get one? I didn't see one. Did I get a copy of Genesis? That was the pants, yeah.
Another time then.
When are you gonna do a sleeping stream? I don't think you're gonna see me doing a sleeping stream. At least I can't really picture myself doing a sleeping stream. What is this? My stream keeps being backwards. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, hello. Whoa, butcher. People are doing 100-day subathon. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? That makes no sense, man. 100-day subathon. Dude, I mean... what is the purpose? This makes no sense. Just, you know, like a regular person. Start your stream, end your stream, go to sleep, and start your stream again. No weekends. Dude, if you're a content creator like me, then there are no weekends, man. Every day is a Monday. I mean, okay, I can see not everyone is like a try-hard streamer like me and actually streams every day or something like that. But, you know, there's a lot of full-time streamers that actually do that, like, just normally anyway. It's nothing special, you know? Stream every day. Every day is a Monday. There you go. And yeah, if there's like people that don't do that, you know, not every streamer that is, you know, is doing that, you know, like I stream every day like Rax or me or something. So yeah, okay, I can see like a subathon being like a thing or so, but I don't know. 100 day? What the fuck? I mean, what happened to Fex on live streams? They disallowed embedding streams at this point. I mean, there's like still some ways to do it, but yeah, basically Fex Live was carried by that for the most part, as far as I know. Like the best part is Subathon doesn't even work on YouTube. Like if I want to do this, I would actually have to literally just like turn off and turn on my stream again like every 12 hours or something. Like YouTube for some reason can't handle long streams. Like apparently my world records like 13-hour stream, like the leveling stream is gone now because it's just too long. It was like a 27-hour stream or something and it just doesn't work. Can't watch it anymore. Great. Same as like the season start stream from season 30. And for season 3 season start, I actually turned off my YouTube stream in the middle of the night. And then turned it on again. But yeah, I had like, 2K viewers or something on YouTube. Turn it off and turn it on, I have like 300. Great. Because it was like middle of the night. But I did it so that the vault gets preserved. Because, everyone's sleeping and stuff. And don't come back, of course.
There's that.
But YouTube is still very scuffed in that end. At least on Twitch, you get a DC every 48 hours, but I'm not sure if it actually turns off your viewers' streams. Like, I've never done a 48-hour stream, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. But I know that Twitch just auto DCs you, but I'm not sure if it like turns it on immediately again and you keep your viewers or not. I imagine your viewers also get kicked out. I still have my mods though. Okay. Alright. So Bio has to leave. I guess you can invite Chronix for some freebies. Yeah, I have 5 runs. Even Rob does reruns when he's on break or etc. Yeah, exactly, and I really don't like anyone doing reruns, if you ask me, to be honest. I don't want to see them, I don't want them to be a thing. Use the same paragon skill for bossing and item farming. Yeah, that's basically the Pen-RF planner. Like the Pen-RF paragon. The only thing I picked up here as tricks out of trade is because I'm right there with 6 points. Or with 8, I think, if you go this route. Sell free? Good. Yes. Fun game. Can't recommend. But not very active anymore these days. There's no more updates and stuff. Most of the community is moving on after a short while after the season start. At basic level, it shows the streamer is at least considering the viewers, so putting something out there like, hey, I'm not dead, just on vacation, so viewers know what's going on with them. You lose a chunk of viewership if you vanish for a week. I mean, that depends on your schedule, I guess, right? If you have like regular viewers and they know, okay, you're off on like, you know, weekends and this day or something, or hey, you're gonna be away on vacation for a week. I mean, yeah, you lose viewers and you lose momentum and stuff a bit. Depends a bit on like the genre and like a general like, you know, audience and stuff, I guess, as well. Like, of course, you know, for RPGs, it's a disaster just being away for a while if it's like a season start or something. Doesn't really matter much in other genres that much, I guess. But yeah, to me, like doing reruns and stuff just seems like it's greedy, if you ask me. I don't think this has anything to do with considering your viewers. It's just like, okay, let the stream run, you get free ad money, and that's it. And there's people even doing like reruns on like drops or something. I think actually Twitch stepped in lately and they actually changed the rules and you cannot do reruns for like drops or something. I'm not sure exactly. Oh shit. Put my shadow too early, but I still have the buff, I guess. Yeah, very scuffed. And he's by the Gauntlet. Yeah, apparently it's like tier 70, at least tier 70 in monsters, but it seems like they didn't scale down the life of the monsters. Like in Nightmare dungeons, the higher tier dungeons have like lower life and damage. And that may not be the case in Gauntlet. So we'll see. When it's such a hardcore streamers that sit still for extended duration of time, do you work or stay physically active to prevent the long-term negative effects? I actually don't. So that's bad. But yeah, I definitely want to do more over time, but so far I've not really like found a good way to integrate it in my daily life and schedule. I mean, in some months you're gonna return to Greece most likely, and I will have my standing desk finally that I've been waiting for like 2 years. So I brought one to Greece when I moved to Nini, but Nini had to use it and I couldn't use it. It's just a huge bummer, so let's see how much I will suffer from that in the future. But at least I will be able to use it this year. And then we'll see if I can like also like include some other, like the thing is that where Nini lives though is like a kind of, you know, it's just like a city area, so there's not really any opportunity to kind of like just go out and ride a bike or some shit. Like in general, like, you know, bicycle is like my thing, and there's like, it's like not a thing at all in Athens, for example. So that's a bit of a problem. I guess gym would be an option. But I have to check if there's actually anything close. But yeah, like nature and stuff is like just not present really anywhere around. We have 5 tabs of legendaries, level 62. I think you're keeping way too much stuff. Gonna get a treadmill for my standing desk. That would be ideal, but this would mean even more space requirements. We're already struggling enough as it is in the little office that we have. It's like the main reason why I couldn't use the desk in the first place, because of the arrangement of the camera and the desk and so on. Like Nini wanted to like not be seen when she walks out of the room, for example, and stuff like that. So we had to arrange everything in a certain way. And we're gonna have a bit more space when I come back in that room, but it's like not really great, so. And putting a treadmill, I mean, that would be ideal. Or the very minimum, it would be nice if we had like an extra room where I can have a treadmill and like maybe some other stuff to work out. And have like an extra PC there that I can use with the treadmill, or at least like a laptop. So at least I can have my meetings there and stuff. That would be already nice. Because I have a lot of meetings with like Maxwell related shit, for example. So that would be cool. Not necessarily for gaming. Like gaming and treadmill is like not really feasible, I guess. But yeah, like all the other stuff I do, that would be nice for sure.
Don't ruin all that work.
Hello, Fitty. Swimming, good weather. Yeah, we're too far away from the sea though to really get there in a good amount of time. I mean, when we buy a new house, that is most likely like way closer to the sea or something, but yeah. Who knows when that's gonna happen exactly. Where more Falconer preview? Well, it's sometime today, eh? The Disney omnidirectional floor. I've seen like something for like, you know, VR systems where you can like walk in all directions. That seems to be cool, yeah. I'm not sure if it's the same thing. But we're getting there. Another decade and you're gonna live in the Oasis, guys. Best Sorcerer build is Blizzard. No news on Gauntlet, nope. Do you even play PoE? Yeah, of course. I have like nearly 4K hours or so. No, I'm not sponsored for the interview or something. Just asked me and I said yes. I mean, you know, when PoE 2 comes out, even though I'm not really doing much right now, I expect I'm definitely gonna be like somewhere up there with like, you know, some of the other big streamers, so this is why. I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, you know, I've also helped to build like the PoE branch on Maxroll. There's actually still some articles probably that you can find of mine, like stuff like that. And you know, I was like there with like the original team building the website and stuff before I dropped out to do the D4 team. They asked me. Yeah, I mean, I guess they just made like a list of streamers they want to have interviews with, and there you go. I was thinking, yeah, I had a sponsored stream for PoE. I mean, Affliction started. That's true. Because since the D4 came out, I didn't really play that much PoE. And like also in preparation for D4, I just like, you know, I focused on D4 to make sure I'm, you know, fully, like, you know, like exploring that game and everything, right? So I was like full nerding before, even pre-launch. And I couldn't really have these distractions like, you know, PoE leaks and stuff. But yeah, I mean, PoE 2 is big and I'm very excited for it. And they obviously understand that I'm going to play and stream PoE 2 as well and stuff. Have any idea if the Vault Season would move over to non-season? Strongly doubt, but we'll see. Cheating according to guy on stream now. It's not cheating to use the scrolls and the pot, I think. I think the scroll in particular is actually really cool. You know, adding that scroll is like, that was a kind of cool innovation, I think. The pot is more the thing that I have an issue with. What's this last run? One more. Ah! Fuck. That's the third Genesis on this character. But the believers win. No, wait, it was Evernight. Okay, the prediction was for Evernight. It wasn't for just a Stern. Okay. So we have one more run, guys.
There's that.
He was in shambles. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot that we had the prediction for only Evernight. You can duplicate unique stones. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. I got 3 Genesis now on this rogue. What? That's nice one. were some sys questions which I would like to hear Woody's feedback on. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the sys interview later when we're done with these runs. So when I'm on my own, just like grinding some Helltide or something, I'm gonna put it on. I have my current build somewhere. Not exactly. But it's a combo of the pen RF and the one-shot build. What the hell? How did this monster just disappear? Okay, I somehow cleared the entire room, besides this one guy that I need to finish. That's kind of funny. Okay, apparently Chronix is gonna open like something as well, because he says he doesn't like getting freebies. So maybe he's gonna do like 1 or 2 runs or something. Oh shit. It sucks when you walk in and he does the poison pull immediately. Ruins my combo.
Precious stones to catch the light.
What's the gameplay literature should aim for? Well, in general, with Pen RF, you want to use the Shadow Imbuement before the concealment, so you get the cooldown reduction for your Shadow Imbue. Then you want to do like 3, most likely 4 generator attacks, so you get your precision stacks and your combo points. And then you go kapow. And the rest is positioning, timing of your abilities a bit. We have this build on YouTube. Yeah, as I said, it's currently a combo of the Pen RF build and the one-shot build. And yeah, I have both a planner and both a video for both these builds. Now these white circle queues, they're like little meteor impacts or something. When the cold tower is up. Wish Barrage was closer to multi-shot. Yeah, I actually talked to Adam about that. Jackson. Maybe we're gonna eventually do something like that. I gave him like the hint, like, hey guys. This could be, you know, something that makes many people very happy. And then I showed him Yangtze curve. Like, why is it always completely random which stone you have to put where? I guess it's like based on the vault you're doing, right? So the cold vault, or like the stone vault and the cinder vault and stuff, they have like their own trophy. But I mean, why is it not like left one is left and this one is there, and why is it always random? I'm a paragon level 74. A paragon is directly integrated in the leveling process. 50 to 100 is paragons. There's a Sky Hunter, wait a minute. 886, fuck. Why do you dash before the pen shot? For tricks of the trade. And for 50% crit from enhanced dash. Atmos hosted a core farming group and got another player killed during it. Wait, what? How do you die in a fucking brazier? I mean, there's like tons of other people. No Anchor Paragons now. It's random, so it can pretend to be Indiana Jones and discovering the puzzle every run. Yeah, but the fact that I have to also put it on like, you know, a different pedestal every time, man. Oh man. My Korean friend, unfortunately I don't understand it. Where's the guy? Okay. I'm not Rob, no. Rob is Rob. But have you heard of Rob Dijo 2628? What's the interview on Sunday? This is with game director Jonathan Rogers of POE 2. Bow? Oh! I got it! Wow, okay. It dropped. Yeah, I got both. Ooh, that was close, man. We almost done to runs. It was actually one of Chronix's runs that he's brought. Okay, we got both. How many runs? That was quite a lot, actually, I think. More than expected, but yeah. I'm gonna relook on the bar. If we have like 1 or 2 more runs or something, maybe gonna get lucky. Total why should cost me 5 Malphas runs. Yeah, thanks. Okay, the bar also needs Aeronite still. Has Genesis. I found so many Genesis now. I found 5 Genesis. 1 Aeronite. Or 2 technically, one ripped, unfortunately. Ah, maybe we're free soon. This Bob doesn't get unlucky. Back to back Aeronite. That would be crazy. Let's see. Wait. Okay. I'm not sure how many more Chronix is opening. No governing stone. Yep. I wonder if it would actually make the flash of adrenaline more consistent. If we just have no governing stone right now. I guess I want to do like efficiency or something. Okay. No all shouts here if you want. It just didn't spawn in the middle, it spawned like a bit offset. Put flash on left. Does that make it more consistent? Does it like use it more actively when it's on left? Ah, I never considered that, but he might be right. Maybe there's something. Maybe I always goes from the left to the right, and this is why my flash is not up sometimes. Huh. That's a good strat, actually. I want to grind for the stone as it doesn't carry to Eternal. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, if you care about Eternal, then yeah, I guess you don't need to grind it if you don't want to compete in Gauntlet and stuff. He's getting staggered like hell, man. These shouts at the taunt and stuff are crazy for stagger, actually. Look, we're staggering him, man. What the hell? There's no one doing damage anymore now. But luckily I'm a barb, so barbs don't die, I guess. Hey Karaza, how's the prep going? Wonderful, actually. Turns out But it has been a grind. We're already here for 3 hours doing just Duriel and Malphas, so there's that. But he's got the Evernight. Oh yeah, right, we had the Gumbo as well, so Gumbo's a success, I guess.
There's that.
Chronix just got an Evernight too, but he already had one. F. What's the correct stone setup now with the Uber stones? Yeah, so if you have Genesis, you do exactly Flash, Duration, Tactical, Genesis. And apparently left is better. Let me try this. Actually, I wonder if I could have just like turned them. So do Flash, Genesis, Tactical, Duration. Lilith attempt after these runs. Yeah, I mean, Lilith is not too hard as long as you can dodge the skulls. I mean, as a barb, you can probably even tank them. So that's that, I guess. Damage is not a problem, I kill in like 3 seconds. Same stones for all classes. It's pretty much the same for all classes. In Flash, like the Flash, Genesis, Tactical, Duration, this is definitely the combo if you have Genesis for everyone. And then the other one, if you have Evernight, you want to make sure that you're always activated, you know, once every 2 seconds. So you need to have like an attack skill. So usually that's Tempest, once we just go Tempest. I'm gonna try Bushwhack a little bit. I wanna see how consistent this is. You just need 61k HP and everyone can do it. Yeah, I mean with Uber's Grandfather, I mean like Barb's just profit from Uber so hard because Grandfather is really nice, you know, it's a very strong item, offensive and defensively. But only really Barbs can use it, but yeah, it's an insane item and that helps with these kind of things. And then Challenging Shout, you know, you have stuff like the extra 80% life, the extra 12% damage reduction there, so this alone is like, you know, 30% more toughness. And I think Barbs also have like built-in toughness, like, don't they? Do they have like base damage reduction or something? Or was that only like in the beta? But either way, I mean, yeah, Barbs are fucking tanky boys, so. This person number is Rouge. It's Pen Shot. It's easy, just tank them. We are running out of resources a little bit, yeah. Without the shouts. Without the left click. It's kinda close. Dance. Speaking of Helltides, actually, I have to do a
Come and see.
lot of Helltides today, I think. Okay, last run coming up, Chronic says. What an Exile. Nick. I don't know. I mean, that's the plan at least, but I don't have confirmation. Druid is zooming. That's not really news though. Okay, rabies are good on druids. Yeah, rabies are nice for early game leveling, but they fall off after that. I'm not sure if there's like, you know, an actual viable end game rabies setup that it actually does damage in like high tiers and stuff. I kind of doubt it because of the dots, and dots don't really exist in this game outside of like Necro. And I guess poison immune to some degree. Never heard rabies being good. Yeah, rabies has become really good. I guess it was already somewhat decent actually before the season, but people didn't really use it. Because people are always like, oh, Druid sucks by leveling. But that was actually untrue already last season. Maybe before that. And now they also made this new rabies aspect that's actually like, I think it's even like part 1 of the codex or something, of the season journey in the codex. And yeah, that makes it like pop off real hard in early game. It's just like rabies and everything dies. And you can like constantly use it again. You don't even have to wait for a cooldown. Do the meteors intensify by the way over time, or can you just keep the cold thing running? You can just keep it running, right? It doesn't really do anything. Yeah, cold tower is definitely the least dangerous, I think. Okay, we didn't get Omega Lucky on the Barb, unfortunately. But only one stand missing. So that's good news. It's a good Berserker build that doesn't use charge. I mean, you can choose to just not run charge on basically any of the builds. You know, charge is not exactly an integral part that is necessary to any build success outside of like a pure charge barb, which is not exactly much of a thing. Just a little bit, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if you don't want to play charge, you don't have to. It's just gonna make your character weaker. Okay, thanks for runs, guys.
How can I help?
Oh well. So I got this covered. I think I wanted to do some Greek actually over here. We can also do them later. I only have 20, so we're gonna farm more now. The Helltide just started. 17 minutes for this. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the Helltide and the Whisper together there. Yeah, you can play Kratos Barb, like the old school Kratos Barb that I played. They have the Walking Arsenal build. It didn't have charge there originally. I mean, now it also has charge, but you can just play it without charge and play Death Blow, and it's really fun build. It's probably the most fun I've had on Barb so far. Like, walking Arsenal is just so cool. What the hell happened to my skill tree? So using Firefly and Tempest on your Sorc. Yeah, if you have Genesis, you need Flash. Like, no way without. Like, it's a 50% damage buff all the time. Like, it's kind of crazy. What's going on here? There's like multiple shrines. Wait, artillery shrine? They're all around this event or something. What's going on? It's kind of funny that you're in the corner and everything just dies around you instead of you having to clear on enemies. Oh, this is last, okay. Last season, 50 runs of Moody, got 5 Ubers. That's insane, actually. Earthquake leap, so good. I think it's actually not even that terrible. I think I have it in B tier or something. It's actually a kind of playable build, as far as I know. Max level, flash at running is a 20% multiplier, yes. And with Genesis it's 50%. And with tactical and duration it's permanently up. So that's the combo with Genesis. It's actually pretty good boots. Like Catherine. What's the Evernight Stone combo? Well, Evernight just needs to be on any of the attack skills, basically, that your pet uses often. So most people just use Tempest to carry buffs and debuffs, and then put it on Tempest. Does Wild Impulses work? Nope. It's actually pretty fast here with Whispers plus Chest. Okay, I'm gonna go on a Sorc real quick. And then do the other Whispers as well there. Best place to get a high item power Sky Hunter. Does it do from Beast? I thought it was from Seer. Maybe it's Beast. You can check here. But realistically, if you can put in the hours, I just suggest you just grind vaults until you get one on like tier 80 plus. Time to see my Helltide strategy. Well, I like doing Helltide when there's Whispers, so that's what I'm doing right now. Oh look, Screaming Hellvine. Also, there's like something, when you notice like many of these Screaming Hellvines, you can go back with your alts and loot them. So it's like right here at the entrance, that's good. There's like one more shrine there, is this like part of the thing? No event here. Ah, look, it's another one, okay. So now we're just gonna start remembering. Here's another Screaming Hellvine. Maybe gonna find another one if you have 3 or so, it's definitely worth it trying to relock. No, we turn this in here. Is it enough? It's gonna drop some Valshan and Zir, yeah, exactly. So, Zir must are like hard to come by, but Zir definitely drops higher level loot than Valshan. So if you do Zir, you have a okay chance, I guess, to get a decent Sky Hunter, but you have to kind of grind him out, and I don't know, whenever I do Zir, he never gives me like what I want, so. Okay, so one was here and one was here, the mains. Do we do these here? No. Grinding Ziermats. Yeah, I mean, you just can't, right? It's just like, it's not a thing. You just do the world boss every so often and that's it. Like, fuck the Legion events. Okay, we have 9 minutes for this. Yeah, they really have to bring back these Bloodseekers, man, and give them Zir drops, that would be cool.
We demand blood.
That's not like get there. I mean, the dictates if I keep playing. Oh boy. Wait, which emerald are you going for from Zir? Champion of Evil. Yeah, Argus is a build I really want to try, actually, on the Sorc. But I might level like a second Sorc for that, I think. I wonder how Argus is before the Pain Gorgeous, but I think it was already like a decent build, right? And then Pain Gorgeous just brings it next level.
It is done.
Hey, Bastard. How's Ball Lightning versus Blizzard versus Meteor? Yeah, Ball Lightning and Blizzard are probably the two best builds right now. Sorc. But I don't know exactly, like, you know, how much they are different or something. Meteor is also fine. I also know there's like some combinations of Meteor or Blizzard. Wait, it shows here the event. Class Lunar Shrine of Misery Spirits. Ah, he's not a Screaming Hellvine. It was right here, actually. Okay, I can remember from America. Come back to Rogue real quick as well and do one chest. There was also one here somewhere on the left. Shredder Cheese. Good name. Okay, so... Was that Screaming Hellvine? There was like one on the left side of the event, I remember. Somewhere here. We're excited to see Falconer today. I should be live soon, I think, no? I'm not sure what time it's going live exactly. You can check it out. 1 PM. Somewhere in the world, I guess. EST. Okay, so that would be... that'll be very soon actually, right? That's in half an hour. Wait, where's the chest? Oh, we have the bug, I guess. Don't really like farming Hunter too much on Blizzard. Feels like the delay of the Blizzard and the ice spikes, it just takes so long. I'd much rather do something like Frozen Orb or so. Yeah, Falconer is one of the 3 rogue masteries in last Epoch. It's the last mastery in the game to be revealed before launch. Surprised not using the Blitzcrank mount. Yeah, for some reason it always defaults to this one. I have to like change it after character creation and I didn't do it yet. It's just was someone there. What do I shamas? Rune Master Enjoyers. Yeah, Rune Master looks really cool. In Dota, my favorite hero was actually Invoker. I wonder how it actually plays in an ARPG. Gotta play Skirtle again if Falconer doesn't work. I heard the Skirtle stuff was pretty OP. Ah, he's a Screaming Hellhound. Okay, we can still collect 3 on the Rogue if we go on the Rogue. Invoker is a really good hero. Yeah, I have no idea about like Dota 2 meta and stuff these days. But back in the Dota 1 days, like I was fucking blasting on Invoker. That was cool. Rune Master is #1 nerf target for launch. What about the Shadow Daggers? Yeah, the bug of the Living Steel cases, they messed it up again. I have to relog. Okay. Something melee. Yeah, Falconer is like a melee mastery. And I think a lot of people go Falconer just because it's like new for those veteran players at least. Shadow Daggers is Giga OP early. I mean, how early is early for you? Like, I was playing a Shadow Cascade no Shadow Dagger version, and that was already fucking pumping. And then I saw like Fluffin also play like the Shadow Cascade with Shadow Daggers, and it's like even crazier than what I was doing. I was like, okay. Like, that needs like an insane nerf if you ask me. And yeah, this 100% crit is definitely a huge problem of it, I think. Okay, let's see if we can find all these Screaming Hellbands again. Master's clearing 10k corruption, everything else seems fine. Does it have like some infinite scaling mechanic or something? Like why? How? What is happening, man? Oh shit, we have is there a chest here? There is actually, wonderful. Okay, speech and just stuff here, so. Okay, here's one.
What's this?
The other one's somewhere down here. And I just want to play Pulverized Druid again in Helltide. Pulverized is such a nice Helltide build. Just like screen clear everything in front of you and then collect. You can kind of do it here, but not as smooth as Pulverize. Warlock was doing something interesting on his rogue last night. Okay. What is that, Nina? Here it is. Where was the other one? 1, 2, somewhere on the left, yeah. Don't remember exactly. Let's hope I find it again. Ward is very OP. Yeah, I mean they allow you to like easy peasy go low life ward builds in LE, right? With like just like this experimental mod on the glove. Or there's also like a unique that does that, but I guess preferably you go with the experimental mod, which is kind of cool, you know, that they allow you to do that so easily. But I think it's like overtuned the ward stuff because they're gonna have the endurance. It's just like such a strong combo. Like I was playing like a life-based build, and I felt like, you know, my toughness was not that great, but it was workable. But the things you can do with ward is just insane. So I'm pretty sure that stuff's gonna get nerfed a little bit. It's outrageously overpowered. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna fix it, I guess. Just finding like the same like top zone here on all 3 characters. Oh, down. Where is the new subclass? Yeah, the reveal is very soon apparently. It's gonna be on Maxwell this time. It's gonna be like videos and stuff, I think, as well. So let's check it out when it goes live. It's gonna be doing like some random Helltide farming for now anyway. And I ever feel burned out? Not really. I just adjust my goals accordingly, depending on how much or how little I want to play. And for now, you know, I have the goal of like making 2 characters Gauntlet ready, and well, we're 3 out of 4 there with the stones. We are getting a lot of Uberneaks and eventually gonna get it. And then, well, my characters are mostly ready, I think, so. I have a lot of stuff banked up for, like, you know, different aspects if in case I want to switch builds and stuff for the Gauntlet. Just don't die. Yeah. Good strat. Yeah, the thing is that once the Gauntlet comes out, I'm not gonna play a Broken Barb anymore at all. They're gonna be exclusively Gauntlet characters, and that's it. And then I can do like all the other stuff I want to do this season
Greetings.
at some point. This game needs a new class. I mean, we'll get a new class in not too long. Prepping for Gauntlet, it's already going on. Season 3 feature. I remember. Can't find a chest. Yeah, relog guys if we don't find a chest. It's the same thing that we had like last season. Killed this guy already and he respawned. That's kind of funny. I didn't even know this guy can respawn. And I was still in the same instance. I didn't leave. Okay. Mm-hmm. Not a terrible helm. Don't even have to roll anything necessarily. I have to be careful with data usage. Oh shit. You won't play LA? Why not? Have you tried already? Ever played POE? Yeah, just like short of 4,000 hours or so. There's an e-launch of online. Yeah, so it has online and offline mode. How does the expansion work? Will there be no season? They didn't say anything about how the expansion will work. I assume that the expansion will launch and then there's probably gonna be no season for like, you know, a week or something, and then maybe they're gonna start this. Maybe they're gonna start a season right away after the expansion. Thank you, Saki. Thank you, Nika, too. I play PoE too because the 4 and LA don't have the monk class. Into punch things. Yeah, it's actually a pretty big advantage, punching. I wonder what class you're gonna get here after all, if there's gonna be some punching. I'm gonna do this one here real quick. I think we do. Always leave it. Oh, but they just spawned. This thing literally just appeared next to me, man. What the hell? And the harvest thing. Ah, okay. Still like the harvest, I guess. Champion of evil. Okay. There's also the shrine. It's kind of funny. Where did it go? It shows here, but it's not here. Are they like just like chilling somewhere? Lee has the Invoker like class, therefore Ellie best game of the century. I'm a fellow Invoker enjoyer. I just talked about it earlier actually. Someone brought out the Rune Master. Why do I play D4 so much? I just have big goals and I try to reach them. But I don't expect anyone who has the same motivation as me. Nah, it's not a good idea to just play a game because you get paid. That's not gonna work out, I think. At least it's not for me. Oh, fuck's sake. He has a much better crafting system than PoE. It's a really cool system. I'm not sure if it's better than PoE. Like PoE gives you a lot more options to get where you want, I guess. And last Epoch is a lot more like, you know, it has like this one really cool system, but it's like not as extensive. What's the scoop on a Gauntlet? It's 8 minutes of slaughtering as much as you can. Can you see my builds of Rogue? I have a bunch on YouTube. I have all the planners in my Discord. There's a channel for my builds. And I have a bunch of guides on Max Raw as well that I wrote.
Spread the word.
PoE can go crazy on crafting, can break perfectionist. Yeah, I mean PoE is probably like too crazy. I agree with that. There's like so much shit they can do. Like in particular, I dislike, you know, stuff like the synthesis implicits and this kind of stuff. But it's just like, you know, RNG fiesta and nothing else. So at least these things could be changed, I think, long term. They have like too many crafting systems laid out on top of each other, I feel. Yeah, if you don't find the living steel chest, you have to relook. I wish there was a Twitch extension I could look for the gear and skills without chat asking. Dude, imagine me. I'm waiting for one chest now, 4 minutes. That's not enough. Let's do this. Should we end the podcast to RNG Fiesta? Yeah, the missing chest bug is back, exactly. I was just talking about, you know, bringing back old season features in my most recent YouTube upload about wishlist for season 4. And they hurt me, man. They hurt us. They brought back the missing steel chest. Isn't that amazing? Oh, interesting. The corpse is not in the same spot as it was on a barb. On barb, it was here, while on rogue. Yeah, I'll play LA and POE too. Dude. The setup was 2 times the same inventor. Oh. The chests are on the map now, but right now they are bugged and sometimes they're not there because someone else opened them. You have to relog to see them. But you don't have to go on... Ah. Wait, this kills you, right? So... I've heard from people just die from this, but let's see. So how does it work? Ah, so we just do this. Was it this or this? Okay. Ooh. Okay, that's not the one that kills you. Maybe if you do it wrong. Does it kill you if you do it wrong? But I know it's like this other one with the mines. One shot nuke ink. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, does it actually like outright kill your character, or is it just like some nuke that actually like hurts you? Like, I don't know exactly how it works. I've seen this thing like once. How do you reset the dungeon down? There's a button in the game. The mines kill you, the pet activates them. Yeah, but what I'm asking is, it's just like explosions, right? It's like, don't actually die to them. Like, it's like not like an insta-kill mechanic or something that goes through G-Death, for example. That's what I'm asking. Like, I pop my elixir just to be safe, but, you know, I don't really want to go in there and pop elixir if I don't have to. And why can't I click this thing? Oh. It's kind of strange. Sometimes it's going back to town, you can click these things again. I don't know why. And sometimes you can't. But now I can just go and click the obelisk again. Oh, hello. Oh my god, man. So gameplay bitch. Yeah, I mean, while Blizzard is a very powerful build, I don't think I enjoy it all too much. So it does the job, but yeah.
It is done. That looks worn. I can fix it.
Is there anything else up there? No. We have 3 minutes until alt ties. Just wait the 3 minutes, I guess. And the reason why I didn't mention bug fixes and broken interactions as an issue? Well, this was not exactly a video about issues. It was just about stuff I want to see, and, you know, bug fixes and fixing broken stuff. It's just standard stuff that happens every patch anyway, so there's no need to mention it. Actually, do have a stone. It's level 100. Can do all that real quick, actually. Okay, do this thing on the mount. So we can do this and we can do turn in after. So that's fine, actually. So don't like all these mastery Sorc builds, so waiting for the core skill revival. Yeah, it's kind of strange actually how most of the good builds in Sorc are actually all mastery builds. I agree. Like ball lightning, firewall. Like, I mean, it's kind of cool because, you know, they have like usually more interesting mechanics than just like spamming a core skill. But I mean, there is fireball that's really powerful. There's frozen out that's probably pretty solid. There's ice showers that's pretty solid. So it's not like the core skills are useless, I guess. But maybe they're just lacking like something, you know, extra. Besides Fireball, I guess Fireball is probably like the best out of them. Do you have a sigil here? I have Ancestor's Favor, look. Minor Death Grip for Necro or Blood Rush like Blizzard. Death Grip? What kind of Death Grip? You mean like just like the WoW skill from the Death Knights or what? I mean, they have Grasping Veins. That's a very powerful ability. So that's fine. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if like in this mid-season update, when they bring back vampiric powers, they might bring back something like Metamorphosis as a Necromancer item. At least. I think this would make the most sense actually. Give them like a unique pair of boots that give you a Metamorphosis kind of. That'd be cool. The other classes don't really need Metamorphosis, but it would be cool for Necros, I think. Actually, any predictions, guys? What they're gonna do with the mid-season update? What the items they're gonna make? That are vampiric powers? They said they would like basically do like the Vashan rings again. But you know, whatever else, I guess it's gonna be on Lord Zier this time. So better stock up on those Lord Zier mats, by the way. It's probably on Zier to make new uniques. Should I visit a bit of X-Files? Yeah, true, I wanted to do that actually instead of Blue Rose. Should basically give me a lot more clear, I think. I actually found a nutty X-Files today. I found like a perfect one. Blood and Blood, I give you vampiric powers instead of items. Yeah, I doubt they're gonna just like add, you know, extra vampiric powers like last season or something. I think they're gonna just itemize them again, like, you know, uniques. I think also, you know, instead of like Metamorphosis, they could also do like pseudo Metamorphosis by just making like a new boots implicit. That gives you a longer evade. Although it might be like hard to introduce. Yo, that's a big amulet there. Movement, mana, elemental dominance. Level cap increase? No, we don't need level cap increase. But about tier 5 would definitely not be a bad idea. Just so you can, like, you know, establish like a higher base difficulty of the game for endgame once you're like, you know, somewhat decked out and stuff. Like, you know, the fact that everything just becomes completely trivial once you level 100 and you have a bit of items, like all this like outdoor stuff, hell-tight stuff, etc. Like it's just all yikes. How will the season 4 itemization update affect previous item affixes? So you take everything that exists and press delete, and you go for the new items.
It is done.
Oh shit, actually too much, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this emerald is big. well. Can't be predictive there. Gonna have to relearn everything after I just finished learning the current affixes. I mean, some stuff is most likely gonna stick around, but yeah, realistically, I expect all of the stuff like, you know, damage to frozen, damage to stunned, and etc. Most of the stuff's gonna go, I guess. I guess damage reduction is probably gonna be simplified a lot. And then, I mean, they also have to like, add some cool new stuff, right? They might actually make it more complicated than before. You know, there might be like elemental conversion affixes, all these kind of things as well that we know from other games. And then who knows what else, so. Skill specific stuff. Or like skill type specific stuff or something. You know, projectiles, AoE, whatever. Snipe and kill a good affix? Usually not. But it's not terrible to have, especially for like farming builds. Just makes it kind of look nice and smooth, you don't have to press a potion like ever basically. So it's cool, but I don't really put it on like biz gear. Let's see the boss here. That's alright. Unless Eva goes live, I'll be focusing on both. No, I'll be focusing on Nazi Book. I mean, I will still log in for D4, you know, I still want to like compete in Gauntlet and stuff, if it's at that point. I mean, it's like 2 weeks now for last Epoch, so we probably don't have Gauntlet until then. But, you know, at some point Gauntlet will go live, and yeah, when Gauntlet comes out, I'm definitely gonna be tryharding a bit and, you know, optimizing builds and whatever. But I mean, ultimately, like, Gauntlet will not really take that much attention, I think. Like, even if I try hard, it will be like a few hours per week maximum or something. So I'm definitely going to be spending a lot of time just not playing Gauntlet in D4 as well, still. It's just like the only new thing for the start, and then after that it's just like a bit here and there. Do I have mana regen? I mean, I have 23 mana cost reduction and 20 mana cost reduction here, and 8 mana there. That's also mana cost reduction here. I have like total, like, I don't know, almost half mana cost reduction or something. Yeah, 48%. So it's pretty nuts. It only costs 20. And the rest is the, yeah, fiery surge. I also had the frozen orb thing, don't I? No, actually. Did I play LE early access already? Yeah, I have early access, but I didn't have time to play it much really. So I played it like, you know, a few weeks ago on stream and stuff. Didn't really play the early access. I will definitely, you know, check out some stuff though before it ends, just to like, you know, see a few more things there. But yeah, we had like season start here and stuff. You know, the fourth season is only 2 weeks old, and this means for me like 2 weeks is to like make up last mode basically, right? I'm doing like, you know, 15-hour streams sometimes and stuff. But yeah, we can definitely like chill out a little bit more, especially now with like Uber grind slowly slowing down and Malphas grind slowing down. If I get lucky tomorrow, maybe I'm done with Malphas for the rest of the season, so. I have my root built in the default planner. I have the pen-shot build and the one-shot build. And I took the pen-shot build and made it with the same items as the one-shot build, basically. It was like a mix for those runs. If that makes me chunk build, you'll see them. How complicated is Last Epoch for a casual 35-year-old? It's not very complicated, to be honest. I think Last Epoch is a relatively easy to understand game. It also has an in-game like wiki feature, basically. You can literally just like look up the mechanics in-game, at least, you know, so the base mechanics. And tooltips are relatively good. And it doesn't have like super complicated systems, I think. And it doesn't really seem like super hard to make like a working build or something. Yeah, I'll release some videos. I'm actually gonna start working on them this weekend. So going how fast you can finish it or how many you can kill. No, it's an 8-minute timer and you kill as much as you can. So it's always the same timer, it seems. Last part learns the loot filter. Nah, loot filter is pretty simple in Last Epoch. Like, there's not really that many things to really look at in the loot filter. And the thing is, you can also like always easily adjust it. Like, you know, if you notice, okay, hey, I need more of these, you know, stones or something for crafting, you can easily get them by just putting the right thing on your filter and then, you know, using the glyphs to extract and stuff.
Help! I'm begging! Protect me!
You can see this thing here. Last Epoch lacks density in maps right now. I don't think the lack of density is a problem. Okay, I can see like for the zoomer crowd it is. Not for me very much. I think it's the combat in general is just not really up on par with especially D4. So that's the one issue I have. The monsters are just like not really like too interesting. Going for rank 1 in all classes in the Gauntlet? Nah, we'll just do Barb and Rogue. I think Sorc and Druid are gonna be like some RNG fiesta anyway with Barbarian meta. So that's gonna be annoying as fuck. And, you know, I do Rogue because Rogue and I do Barb because meta. I'm gonna have the most competition on Barb. And Necro, I really don't care very much, to be honest. I mean, going for all classes, I think one will be a huge undertaking anyway. I'm gearing them all up and all like. And if I don't hit the mark with the build I want to play, I would have to like have backup stuff and or like farm up new builds. So, 2 is already pretty extreme. I know the mouse, by the way. I don't have a combined shot, by the way. I have them separate, just to make sure. And sorry, I missed that earlier, Nate, but either way, poison is because I have it on a pet, just for extra damage reduction. Didn't know what to do with the points, so I just did that. What's my resistances? $20, $23, $52, $43, $33, $50. I like super overcapped, man. No, the money, thank you so much for the 2 subs. All depends what tier monster I'm gonna put in the Gauntlet. Yeah, I mean, Bloodsurge will have no trouble, it's just like a one-shotting everything. Bloodsurge is gonna be good for sure. Might be better than Bone Spear. So it's gonna be one of the two, I guess. And with current overpower meta, Bloodsurge is still powerful enough to like, you know, 1 or 2 tap the bosses, I guess. On a crit, at least. And you get overpower every 5 hits and every 12 seconds. And every 300 resources you spend, so it's very easy to overpower. And then together with the pet giving you the 50% crit, you can get very consistent crits. And also Blood Mist now also gives you 10% crit. So if you run Blood Mist as well, you get 10% crit there, 15% from the pet, so you're gonna have pretty consistent crits there. You can have something like 70% plus crit chance, I guess. If you run with an offhand.
Very bad luck. Try again.
Okay, I won't forget, Nate. Thank you very much. You run Bone Spirit, you need 100% crit chance. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to get on Bone Spirit though, right? You have the plus 25% crit aspect already, you have the extra bone crit. Should be pretty consistent. I mean, Bone Spirit is, I don't know. I mean, maybe do Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, and just like, you know, shoot everywhere and one-tap the bosses. Could be good as well. But I think Blood Surge might be the better Necro build in Gauntlet, if you ask me. Like, you can easily do like, you know, 5-10 million Blood Surges or even more on overpower crits combo. And if that's the case, you're gonna kill these bosses in like, you know, 5 seconds and move on. Ten hours later, 100. That's fast. Wow. Taking it. A Bone Spear, Cross Explosion, Black River combo. Interesting. Is this with Blighted Corpse Explosion or instant? I guess instant in that case, because we're gonna scale crit and stuff. Barbarian. Yeah, it's definitely something I would like to try as well. I think just Corpse Explosion is probably not enough, he needs like something else. But yeah, this is definitely up there as well. Yeah, Black River with instant Corpse Explosion is definitely something I want to try. We have Juggernaut, Chilling Storm, Woodless, Splintering, Grasping Veins, Sacrilegious Exposed Flesh, Black River, yeah. Slaughter, huh? I guess Slaughter is actually somewhat useful. Double Corpse, Blood Mist on the bar. Yeah, Blood Mist, I don't really like the prospect of having to use Blood Mist just so I get 10% crit, man. But this is pretty powerful. But this build doesn't run the gloves for Corpse Explosion. That's kind of a problem. Because you're gonna like randomly kill stuff all over the place and then your corpses don't get up and walk to the enemy. Which is a bit sad. I guess you don't really have a slot. You don't want to give up Exposed Flesh, you don't want to give up Grasping Veins. You can't do it with... yeah, there's like no slot. Unless you don't run Litter's Wall. It's definitely an option not to run Litter's Wall, and you could put an offensive slot on the offhand. And then have the Corpse Explosion gloves as well. Yo, by the way, what happened to the Falconer reveal? Is it out? Hello, YOLO Gaming? Already 6 minutes, okay. So let's wait 36 minutes, I guess. Thanks, mage. This, he doesn't care about Necros, but knows everything about Necros. Well, I talked about Necros, I don't care about the Gauntlet with Necro, really. So that's what I said. I still somewhat care about it, you know, I wanna try to be proficient at all the classes. And I've played a bunch of Necros already. Did some AOZ even last season with it. I played like 4 or 5 Necro builds already. So... it actually turned out way more fun than I thought it would be. Like pre-launch I didn't expect much on Necros. Like for myself at least, and turns out I actually had a good fun with a bunch of the builds. Okay, we found 2 of the... I want to try to farm like the bottom area here and see if we get significantly more Hell Veins. Didn't get any up there, and here 2 already. Any plans for PvP players on Maxstorm? Nope. No one on the team is like really interested in PvP as far as I'm aware. And the audience is way too small to try hard to make those builds, so... that's the bar, I guess. Surprised the nerf Toda, but still raid season 3 now and could one-shot anything. Yeah, that was kind of a strange move there. It's good boots. Yeah, waiting for it, past that. So let's just keep blasting it. Oh, there's two of them. Maybe I missed one on the other Sorc. He's two right next to Dora. And the third one is somewhere up there. And it's time to speak German again. Gauntlet release. Oh no. If that happens. I'm still playing Diablo 4 over PoE. Yeah, it's unbelievable, right? Got the 3 veins. The Barb is still alive, man. As you can see on the screen. First he comes in, holy shit, you're still playing D4. And then he sends a fucking heart as long as they're having fun. Okay. That is like the most obvious troll. Whoa, we're still playing D2R, bro. Well, I mean, to be fair, people that still play D2R. Nah, I mean, same thing, I guess, right? He just likes this game. I like this game. Like, the thing is that, you know, D4 has a bright future and D2R, well, just doesn't. D2R doesn't have a future at all. So, yeah. Since the level shine, no time could be a new one, that's true. But also it's a barb, Andreas. And barbs don't die in this game, so...
You saved my life.
So good on controller. Alright, I guess the main problem is teleport. Like, all these movement skills on controller are really scuffed apparently, and they don't go very far. But it's not like a crucial thing, it just makes it like less efficient, I guess. And I guess the other thing would be, yeah, ball lightning should be a very controller friendly build. I guess fireball. The only stuff that really seems like it's gonna be issues is gonna be like meteor and firewall, I guess. Legendary Dragons Dogma 2, it will release soon. I have no idea about that game. Wait, isn't that something like a Souls-like? Yeah, I mean, it would be fun to play something like that, but... You know, ultimately, if like last Epoch around the corner and stuff, there's like... Yeah, I'm gonna do that, I guess. I'm gonna play last Epoch and we're gonna play D4, and then... There's also like new POE League in a month or something. So I might wanna dive in that again. That was a huge problem controller, I can imagine, yeah. I'm not really sure if I actually needed like a macro or something, or like some weird stuff with the Whirlwind Hoda. Like, I played Whirlwind Hoda for like less than half an hour last season and cleared the AOZ tier 20 without the TOB glyph. I just tried it like for 5 minutes on a dummy, and then I had a rhythm basically, and I don't think that you really get an advantage from like a macro or controller or something. Because the thing is, you have to get 2 Whirlwind ticks anyway to get your Red Furor proc anyway. Like, 1 Whirlwind tick is not enough, so if you cancel too fast, you're not gonna get a second Whirlwind tick. And you're not gonna get a Red Furor proc. So it was pretty worthless. trying to cancel it faster than that anyway. And like this, he didn't have any advantage anymore. Do I have some body armor or pants or rogue defense for sale? That's an interesting question. A 22 with glyph without macro, 25 with. Yeah, I don't know. The question is, was it necessary to actually get an advantage? Or was it just like, you know, if you're like not good enough, you get an advantage? I mean, I didn't really look into this whole, like, you know, Vermint, animation cancel stuff too much. Because I didn't really care about Hoda. I was double swing enjoyer, and you know, as I said, I only played it for like, you know, half an hour or something. I made the setup, cleared AOZ 20 for the memes, no glyph, and then I just logged off again. So but yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with macros anyway and stuff like that. Fuck that. What's my favorite build from all the Diablos? Yui multi-shot, I guess. Macros in a game where you need 2 buttons to kill the whole screen. Yeah, luckily Diablo 4 is actually very well designed to, you know, prevent this whole like macro spam your abilities on cooldown kind of bullshit that we had for years in Diablo 3. There's many builds in Diablo 3 where people did that. And in Diablo 4 you have like a lot of situational skills, so you can't spam them. And that's really nice. Yeah, I mean, there's still these cases where, okay, I think this is mostly like a bug, right? So they can like animation cancel better on controller than they can on mouse and keyboard, which is just like obviously stupid that this exists. And this has to be fixed. But right now, like Vermint Hoda is also kind of whatever. If it's only an AOZ thing, there's no content in the game where you would need that right now. So you just play like normal Hoda or something. What's the name of the song? I am Android, Raygun Hero. Now wudijo, endgame. Arclash, claw stuff and controller, literally attacking while moving. Half of the body is just swinging while your legs run. Really? That's kind of strange. Yeah, they fucked something up there, I guess. My least favorite class is Necro. Oh, now fighting. Can still do a numlock autocast in D4. You tested with barb shots to see if it's a thing. Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, even the shouts on barb, you know, you would never autocast them. At least it's never gonna be the optimal strategy to autocast them. You know, there's no scenario in the game where this would be the best thing to do. And I guess barb shots are probably getting the closest to, you know, being something like something you want to autocast. You notice that Shadowsec is a lot of energy, very weird. Yeah, it's very strange when you equip unique pants, drop by Duriel, and then press Shadow Step. And you don't read tooltips. You might be surprised. Little frog eater. Why not puncture? Because Hatsuga's fun. What? There's actually a chance I find more of them. I actually ran out of keys on this character. That's crazy. I think I had like 50 or something.
Take a chance, Wanderer. Until next time.
Okay. FPS is 60. Got an amulet. Shrine buff duration. Is it worth getting keys? Yeah, you should always carry some. In Helltide especially, you can also get cinders on these chests, which is nice. But the keys are definitely a lot more efficient than a random gamble. You usually get like 2 or 3 items with like 1 or 2 legendaries or so out of them. Compared to a gamble where you have like a chance to get just, you know, blue and yellow. And it's only 1 item. And they also cost like double or triple of a key. So the keys are very efficient. But they're random, so usually they don't care about gambling anything besides like rings or amulets. But it's still nice to have them, especially in Gauntlet. It's like the main area where you actually find silent keys, I guess. I've got Legion. Is it here? No. Oh, is everyone not sick of Puncture by now? I mean, to be fair, Puncture is a pretty cool skill. I like using it. But yeah, it's nice to be able to play something else. I have no idea about what we think right now, actually. Can I check this in game? No. What features should we pay attention to in items on Rogue? Well, armor, res, and skill ranks are the most important. And crit damage, I guess, if you're playing a ranged rogue. Or damage versus crowd control if you're playing a melee rogue. And just farming living steel. Yeah, I mean, this is what you farm Helltide for. It's living steel. Play or Torchlight Infinite until you have to manage the inventory space in the uninstall. Yeah, Torchlight Infinite is a pretty fun game too. I like playing it like a little bit every season. I went to like level 90 or something this time. That was nice. Have lots of cool progression systems there. I have 3 minutes left actually. That's a bit too tight for a chest. That was nice though. Maybe gonna do some of the Greeks very quick. Would Barb be better or Druid for season 3? I'd say both classes are generally a bit better than Rogue right now, but Rogue has some good builds as well, especially this one here, Pin RF. It's a very strong build. If you like ranged Rogue. Oh, I forgot to put the living steel in the chest. Strong Rogue would be worth trying. Yeah. Like, Pen Shot is a very good build right now. Okay. Twisting Blade is so squishy. If you want to be tanky on Twisting Blades, you can just go Momentum as well. And then use the Momentum aspect. You can be very tanky then, suddenly. Couldn't attack or anything. Yeah, Blinks, when you fight Lilith and you double phase her in one go, she can bug out, I think, in the first phase. Like, if you go and do damage like straight through her like 66% threshold all the way down to 33%, she will bug out, I think. And you have to like either one-shot her and kill her off, or you have to do both the ad phases properly.
Oh, an exquisite concoction.
Falconer reveal 5 minutes. Let's go. It's on Maxwell. Floor death is permanent. Yeah, if you fall off the floor in Lilified, that's it. On hardcore, I mean. Okay, Kekbadu. What the hell's going on here? Andy's worth on a pen shot rogue. You can as like a defensive option, I guess, for more healing. And then if you have leftover points, you can put them in debilitating toxins. But ultimately, I'll just go normal helm. It's a really high roll of battle trance. But I don't care, I think.
Be wary of bandits. Damn vultures.
Okay, I only got 45 and 15. Okay, not terrible. This is the BlizzCon mount. So way to get your pen shot to one-shot bosses without changing the entire paragon setup? Yeah, you can. Mostly with the uniques. Okay, maybe we're gonna do more Druids soon. The blue mount is a BlizzCon mouse. I think you can level of rapid fire if you got the repeating aspect. Yeah, the repeating aspect is nice to have early on. You can definitely level rapid fire if you want. It's not the best, but it's fine. Yo, Iron Ager, thank you, man. Nice to see you. Meditation choices as bland as the 3 or some hard choices. I mean, why would they regress the idea of the optimization changes to make the game better and not make it the other 3? You know, Maxwell, I guess on the Maxwell LA page. But we're gonna have it. They're probably gonna have a video and stuff as well. Falconer reveal. Wait, is that already out? Falconer passive tree. Is that it? Oh, perfect timing. Okay, is that video? Pork. Falconry. That's only a 1 minute clip. Wait, isn't there like some videos as well going live and stuff? I want to watch some stuff. On this channel. I'm gonna watch a lot of this around today. We also want to watch the POE 2 interview.
Greetings.
Yeah, found it. Well, we haven't finished here, but we can do this later. Oh, he's live. Wait a minute, premiere. Okay, let's do it. It's not loading. F. What's going on? Aha. Dude, is it a real Falcon? Why is it loading so slow, man? What the fuck? Hello?
The Falconer is the final mastery coming to Last Epoch,
Okay, that's all
making its
set.
way to Terra on February
How long is it?
21st for the launch of the game. This subclass focuses on your feathery friend, who's the main driving force behind your skills as a rogue. If you enjoy raining death from above,
Yeah, I like rogue a
besting
lot,
your
and
enemies
the
with a
Falconer
sword,
sounds really
bow,
cool.
or talon, and swiftly maneuvering the battlefield, the Falconer brings a completely new twist to minion gameplay. In this video, we're going to show off the new skills and show off cool interactions from the Falconer. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the different archetypes that the Falconer offers, followed by showing off some builds that will have guides ready for launch. You might also notice some graphical improvements in this video, because there's a lot of upgrades for launch. Let's have a quick look at the skills you unlock exclusively as a Falconer. We'll be going over these and their respective skill trees, but if you want a deep dive and more to chew on, head on over to Maxroll, linked below to find out more. Keep in mind, these skills will unlock as you level. Your character automatically learns them after reaching certain thresholds in the Falconer passive tree.
Yeah, Ellie is pretty good.
These skill showcases were provided by different Maxroll creators. You can find their Twitch channel on the screen during each skill showcase. I have not seen the Falconer at all, so this is also going to be my first look and my first impression to everything here. First, we're going to look at Falconry, the skill that actually enables the Falcon. Bina, take it away.
Right, so this is the Falcon from the Falconry skill. As you can see, as you walk by you, he just passively auto-attacks everything. He is a minion, and he is invulnerable to any attacks, so you don't have to worry about his survivability or anything like this. He also has access to an active skill, which you can see him dashing his way here through the enemies and killing everything in its path. This is obviously on a cooldown, so you won't be able to spam it, but there are ways to reduce its cooldown and being able to spam it even more. So basically, this is your Falcon friend, which is the main fantasy around the Falconer. To be able to use other skills,
Looks pretty
you
strong
also
with
have
the
to have
ability.
the
It
Falcon
counts like
on
everything.
your hotbar, as we'll see a little bit later.
It sounds like
This is
automatically
the
just
base
blasting
ability
everything.
of the Falcon.
So, Bina, are there any cool interactions that changes the skill a lot?
Yes, so your Falcon can actually use Acid Flask. So if you go to the left side of the tree here, you can actually see that there's Toxic Airdrop, and your Falcon now throws Acid Flask for you. Obviously, this consumes your a portion of your mana cost for Acid Flask. You can max this out so you can throw even more. And then you can even grant him a chance to gain charges when you use Acid Flask. So finally, guys, an Acid Flask buff, and your Falcon has the chance to use it.
Next
The
up,
fuck?
we're going to look at Aerial Assault with McFluffin.
Hey, thanks, Diz. So aerial assault is a new movement ability, and one of the really cool things about
No,
it
this
is
is,
it's not
Lassie
like
Puck.
it's not your character moving; it's actually your Falcon moving you. So as you
What?
go throughout the world and you use aerial assault, it'll actually pick you up and throw you in front of where you were, and it can actually throw you quite a long ways. And
Yeah,
at
it's
the
like Fluffin.
end of it, it will actually do a feather burst
Yeah,
attack,
must
so
be
it'll
national.
do damage to enemies that are in front of you at the very end
Yeah, well,
of the
but
flight that
Eddie
you
writers.
take, thanks to the bird.
And is there any like big things that we can change on this skill to make it have a different interaction?
Absolutely. So I am a huge fan of shadow daggers, and I play that probably more than anything else. And this actually gives us a new way to play a shadow dagger build. So if we go up here and we take Twilight Strike, we actually get access to Umbral Blades, which has the ability to throw out blades at the same time when the feathers are being thrown out. But those can apply shadow daggers. On top of that, Aerial Assault itself has a node that allows additional shadow daggers to be thrown out for even more damage. So this gives us a way to play another shadow dagger build that's now using the Falcon instead of the typical Blade Dancer. And it does a ton of damage, and you can see all the explosions going off here. And you can build Umbral Blades in different ways to make it spinning blades in front of it, and just allows for a ton of customization even in that small little bit of the skill tree.
Next up, we're going to do Dive Bomb with Boardman.
Yeah, thanks, Diz. Dive Bomb is the last skill that you get access to as the Falconer, and with it, it does a powerful AoE that does a single hit in a big area, allowing you to do great single target as well as clear out huge hordes of mobs that you can round up. one of the sweet things that you can
Yeah, I looked
get
at the skill
to
tree
do with
already.
Falcon
The
is it
skill
has
tree was
great
leaked.
damage effectiveness, and you can
And it looked
also
pretty
boost
interesting.
its damage by stacking a lot of your primary stat and by using bow attacks.
So how does this skill work? Do you target a location and it slams that location?
Yep, all you have to do is point your mouse where you want it to go, call it down, and it will fly from the sky, doing its huge damage in a big area.
Do you know what's the lowest you can get the cooldown to?
So the cooldown has a couple of interactions with other skills that actually replenish its cooldown and gives you cooldown recovery every time that you use like traps, for instance, and they explode. You can take off 4% of the remaining cooldown, so you can actually make it be reused really, really fast.
Wow. And is there any nodes in the skill tree we can take that changes this skill drastically as well?
Oh yes, it has a couple of synergies with other skills. For instance, if you go inside the skill tree,
This
you can
Falcon
make
looks
it
really
to
fast.
Target over here on the right side, the decoy, and when you hit the decoy, you can make the decoy explode instantly when the Falcon blasts. So you actually have decoy, you can throw it out. Decoy will then call in all the enemies to target it, and then you can make it explode as soon as the enemies
That's
are
a nice
close by
combo.
with the dive bomb.
And next up, we're going to see Explosive Trap by Volkit, because the Falconer actually has individual skills that don't rely on the Falcon as well.
This is actually the first skill you can get by splitting into Falconer tree. So you only need 5 points on the Falconer tree to get this skill. It's like a classic trapper playstyle. You can actually do any of the elements as a damage type with this. So you can do fire, cold, or lightning, or even all of those at once. So really cool, like a classic trapper playstyle.
So is that why the traps have different colors?
Yeah, exactly. So I have actually converted this, all of the elements at once, so cold, fire, and lightning, and that's actually the way you can maximize the amount of traps you have at once, pretty much. So basically maximizing the DPS.
Is there any way to make this skill interact with the Falcon?
Yeah, so it can actually give pretty massive amount of buffs on the Falcon itself. So basically, you throw traps, and when they detonate, you get buffs on the Falcon.
So are there any big changes you can do in the skill to make the skill behave differently?
Yeah, so you can actually make this skill a bow skill with the blast train node here. So you spec the bow skill here, and then you can also get detonating arrow
You
procs
shoot
on the
mines.
skill. So you're gonna be like a fully bow playstyle if you do this.
Wow.
Yeah, so you have like massive range, massive AoE. You have procs going like everywhere.
The
Amazing
main Falconer
playstyle, in my
XCD.
opinion. Definitely the
I think
most
Falconer is
fun.
definitely going to be a very
Am I
much
playing
played
this?
ascendancy.
Wow.
You can also do this without converting it to bow, but I mean, the bow just makes it so good, you know?
That's like explosive arrow on crack.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Looks
was going
very
to start
fast, actually.
Squirrel, but now I'm not 100% sure anymore. Holy. And the Falconer also has utility skills. So next up, we're going to show up the net ability with Tarek.
Yeah, so Net is going to be a very powerful supporting skill in order to control monsters. It basically immobilizes regular enemies and is going to also reduce the movement speed of rares and bosses. And as you can see, it also makes your character leap backward whenever you use it.
Are there any different ways we can make this skill completely different?
There is one particular way that is very interesting at the bottom of the tree here. Basically, you're going to convert the net into a trap. And from that trap, it's going to use puncture. Interesting part about it is that you can actually use...
I know there are
bow attacks
caltos, but
with
he
it.
don't jump.
So it's actually like a range playstyle.
So are those caltrops that are falling down from the net?
This is also another part of the skill tree. Whenever you use net, is going to throw caltrops where you use the ability. And it's also going to use caltrops where you aimed at. So it's kind of like leaving behind dot on the ground.
So now it's basically a clearing ability. As we've just learned, the Falconer offers loads of different playstyles. You don't have to just be a minion build, and you have loads of exclusive skills that you can't use otherwise, and cool interactions with other things. Next up, we're going to look at a build from Boardman, and this is something that will have a max roll guide, and we'll have a separate video for this before launch, so make sure you check that out as well. Boardman, tell us a little bit about the build.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This build's going to be using a lot of the Falconer abilities. We're going to have
That's a
aerial
prime,
assault.
that's a
We're
cook.
going to have dive bomb. We're going to have smoke bomb to buff us with our defense. Falcon strikes, and then we'll be throwing some trap. Every time that we use aerial assault, we'll leap forward. Our Falcon will have a nice feather storm that he puts out there. We'll have dive bomb to come down and absolutely destroy enemies for single target in a short area.
Looks like it's
And then
mostly
when you
just like
really need,
passive.
you can
You're
have
running
Falcon
around.
strikes go off, which is going to allow us to just have a bunch of attacks on a whole bunch of enemies in a small area. And then whenever you need to buff your Falcon, we can
Like,
throw
he has a
on
bow in
traps
hand.
And every time a trap explodes, it's going to give penetration for our Falcon, allowing his damage to scale and get absolutely ridiculous. Due to Dive Bomb having really great damage, a lot of added damage effectiveness and scalars with it, single target is just as good as clearing, so you can go super fast if you just want to speedrun echoes or if you want to take on bosses.
What's the tank on this build like?
It's very tanky. You even get to leech a portion of the damage that the Falcon is doing, and because it does so much damage, you can pretty much always count on a ton of leech coming in to keep you alive.
So Volka, show us more of the crazy bow build.
Yeah, so we're using Explosive Trap as the main skill here. So proccing tons of detonating arrows and icicles from the Rain of Winter bow. Otherwise, it's a classic bow playstyle, so using shift for movement and smoke bomb and some of these utility skills like shurikens for tankiness.
For full clarity, the build we're showing here is actually a marksman. This specs into the Falconer tree to gain access to its skills and passive perks.
Overall, really like strong DPS build. It's really squishy though, so you need to be basically just killing enemies before they kill you. Basically no defense. You don't really need any defense with this build, to be honest, because as you can see, the gameplay is just, well, kind of absurd with the AoE and range. Maybe you could, of course, build some tankiness, but that's kind of the thing with marksman. It doesn't really have much options for like huge tankiness. You can get cleansing blow and armor, but yeah, of course HP, but there's not that many options.
So can you walk me through?
Yeah, I mean,
all
what
the
do you expect
skills
from
you're
marksman,
using in the
right?
build
They're
and what
glass
they do?
cannons.
Yeah, so Explosive Trap as a main skill, then that's gonna proc the detonating arrow. So we actually don't need to really use detonating arrow manually. So sometimes you need to use it for mana, basically just gaining mana on hit, and then shift for movement, and smoke bomb for basically just some tankiness, some crimson shroud stacks, glancing blow, and then decoy. You can use decoy for basically taunting enemies.
And I guess this build just has single target and farming. Like it's got it all except tank.
Yeah, exactly. It has everything except tanky. As you can see, let's pop this here. These enemies are usually pretty tanky. They basically die instantly.
So that marks the end of the Falconer showcase that we're bringing you here today. Make sure you go to Max Roll as well for a detailed breakdown. All in all, the class looks extremely promising, and it's starting a very unique way to approach the Summoner and Combat Heavy Hybrid class that we've never really seen in an ARPG before in this way. And a huge thank you to all the Max Roll creators that helped show me this and make this an amazing video. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the video as much as I enjoyed making it.
That was a nice
The
video.
Falconer comes out February 21st with the full release of Last Epoch. Hope to see you in Terra, and a big thank you to 11 Hour Games for making an amazing video game and letting us show off the Falconer. And as always, try to die less than I do.
Pretty cool with the actual Falcon. Okay, nice video. What do you guys think? There was like another like little clip or something in there. Let me see, what is that? This one? Falconer? No, this is Sizzle's video. What is this? Falconry? I think it just shows the skill. Okay, we've seen that basically. Is there anything else? It was green screen. Yeah. No, I think it was really out there. Falcon. Cool though. That was an eagle. Okay, maybe it was an eagle. I actually didn't pay attention. And we can check out some of the details here as well. Twitch streamers don't go outside. I can actually confirm that, yeah. So it must have been fake. Looks like Rogue, but fun. Yeah, I've played a lot of Rogue already in Last Epoch, but I played Blade Dancer with Shadow Cascade, which is also cool. This, like, what they showed there looked really fast though. I mean, like, all these guys are like really good at making builds and stuff, so it was probably like fairly high end already, but they were fucking cruising for those maps. And the Falcon's just like one-shotting stuff. Okay, we don't know the difficulty or whatever, but it's just the movement speed alone already seemed really high. Definitely higher than you can usually get on other classes, I guess. Does ever feel super floaty? Yeah, I get what you mean. The animations and stuff, they're not like as snappy and stuff as in like before. Going for world first on launch. Dude, the world first is long decided, you know. The world first is like was decided 3 years ago. It's gonna be Tarek. So, what do you mean world first at launch? These guys have played in this game for like 12,000 hours. Yeah. Where are they? What do I know? Yeah, I mean, I know especially Tarek, he's like an absolute blaster. And there's Lizard as well. He has also played like 10,000 hours or something. Like, you know, the race is long over. How many hours do I have? Not that much, but I don't know. I think last time I played, I cracked like the 3 digits or something. But yeah, I've played 3 different builds already. Not too much, but you know, I know the game somewhat well now. I've been like informing myself. It's gonna be the American Eagle. I have no idea. I mean, I will go on hardcore. I will try to go hardcore, and as a rogue, I guess it will be somewhat difficult. So that's gonna be fun. And see how it will go. I mean, obviously I'm gonna try to be fast and efficient, but you know, I'm not gonna be like on that level of like the other guys that know everything inside out and have played like 100 different builds. Or 200. Who knows? And Diagram Assistant is gonna be cool. I think I'm gonna do that. The what is the thing? The stars, whatever. Exile for Acolyte. Actual Necromancer. Yeah, Necromancer is one of the masteries on Acolyte. It's real hardcore. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, it's also not real hardcore because you don't actually lose your character when you die. It's like the PoE system, where it just becomes like a softcore character after your death. But still, it's kind of nice to kind of keep the hardcore tag, I guess. Are there also seasons? Yeah, I think they're actually launching the first season. It's called, oops, it's called Cycles in this game. Starting with the launch, actually, as far as I know. Gonna get frustrated, so I get flooded if you play hardcore. Well, as far as I know, usually hardcore servers are separate from softcore servers, so it might not be a problem. At least in D3, and I think also in D4. This might be just how Blizzard structures it. But maybe they're also gonna have separate servers here for hardcore. Like usually in D3 I have way fewer server issues because I play hardcore compared to the softcore guys that all log in at the same time. Guess anything else that we have not seen in the video that I want to see? I mean, here's like the entire skill tree. You guys can also like it. I'll link this. Yeah, what excites me here the most is actually there's like a bunch of passives that give you like spear damage and stuff. So you can actually like two-handed rogue. I think this one, yeah. Melee attack speed by wielding a two-handed sword. Fire penetration by wielding a staff. Melee damage by wielding a spear. So that's kind of cool. I want to try to do maybe something like a melee rogue with this, like a two-handed melee rogue. That sounds fun. In the videos, they were all running around with a bow, but they were not actually using the bow. They were just like stat sticks, I guess. It's also kind of funny. I guess you have all of the skill trees here. Ah, there's like the full progression here. Wait, where's the button to like, go further? Ah, here. Okay. It's kind of cool what they built here. But the points are a bit... Ah, it just like did everything, that's why, okay. Anyway, at the bottom of which one? Wait, which skill is this? This is Falconer, okay. Do we have the others here? No, only Falconer. Can I change skills? No. Where is it? Max Roll developers going brrr. Yes. I need to read up on this thing. There's like basically this is like the skill tree of one skill. So if you don't know last epoch, every single skill has a tree like this. And you can allocate 20 points. And the total is 63 on this one. I'm not sure if it's always the same, but yeah, roughly like a third or something you can take. So it's kind of cool. You can like customize skills a lot. You can like convert elements. You can make them do other things. You can make them a cooldown instead of a spammable skill, and you know, these kind of things. Sometimes more than 20. Yeah, I mean, you can get extra skill points, and then you have like 22 or whatever, but yeah, usually 20. Above. Ah, here. Wait, no, this is, ah, here's it. There's different skills. Okay, so this is how you have the thing. So what about the net skill? At the bottom, you said spear trap. Which one am I looking for? Let's see actually what this does. So the bases leap backwards and throw a net which snares and deals physical damage. And then you have, if net hits an enemy, also throw caltrops. Okay. You now throw additional nets. Okay, but nets cost 1 mana. Net now throws a trap. Spear trap. Net throw. Net traps also use puncture for you when they are triggered. What the fuck? Yeah, that's kind of interesting stuff. So you can actually throw the nets and they will automatically deal damage. You can now jump further when using net and has a reduced cooldown. Now jump forwards when using that instead of backwards. Here's good as a different layout. Yeah, I mean, like once you have played like a certain build or a certain class already and you have seen those skills, you kind of know what's there, you know? Like, I don't know all the skill trees by heart or something from Rogue, for example, but, you know, I kind of know what I can do with each of the skills. And then you just, like, look it up. And then you kind of find a way around, basically. Make insane melee bleed builds using spear and traps. Ah, maybe, actually. I've not tried playing with ailments yet, actually, in last epoch. So there's like bleed and like ignite and all, poison and all that stuff. Okay, aerial assault. Leap towards the target. Falcon dives to catch you and carry you further. It's kind of funny. After landing, all your active ballistas prioritize targets around and deal more damage. Intelligence. So it's gonna increase attack speed. Doesn't say for how long, but it seems to be busted, man. What the fuck? Ballista increase attack speed 75%. Directly using ballistics was a dive bomb now also consumes your stacks of aerial powers. The boss or rare enemy nearby, aerial assault now also creates a shadow falcon to use feather storm against it. What is feather storm exactly? It's probably one of the new abilities. I like this icon here, look at that icon. Pretty cool. So this is like the dive bomb, it's like the big explosion basically. 7 seconds cooldown. Here's the decoy thing. Shadow falcons that land inside the area of a smoke will take off again. This fucking note is actually called Birds Aren't Real. Look at that. Could create a shadow falcon. And then you can use a falcon for other stuff meanwhile. That's kind of interesting stuff here. Yeah, I guess we have to like dive into some last epoch soon, guys. But I don't want to like hang out on this for too long now. But yeah, maybe before launch I'm already gonna go back to last epoch and get ready a bit. Falconer builds. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of different options, I guess. It already looks like there's like lots of cool possibilities. I can make it around the dive bomb. So you can have the decoy, you can have like the ballista combo. The net seems to have like its own potential for just a build. The trap stuff, either like, you know, throwing the traps or laying the traps. And that's just like a base thing, I guess. But that's why also some cool things you can do. Ah, looks kinda nice. When does it come out? In 2 weeks. Yeah, I know they're like getting ready here, so they're already like working on all new stuff, all new builds, etc. It's gonna be like some huge updates on Maxwell soon. Incendiary collision bird missile. What game is this? The last epoch, guys. Okay. Cool stuff. You have to restart character on launch. Well, I think your existing characters will still be there on like the non-season basically, but they will launch the first season with the launch. So yeah, everyone's gonna be there and playing the season, I guess. Okay, wait, I was going to finish my Dual prep here onto more Duinos, guys.
My eyes can only watch so much.
Wait, why can't I do again? Yeah. I have a lot of shots again here. 7 and 9. They're updating the graphics for last epoch as well in launch. Yeah, it's also what Ziz said in the video, that there's like some graphical improvements and stuff, and yeah, it definitely looks decent. I'm not sure exactly what they are changing and stuff, but you know, and the graphics is not the strong suit of last epoch for sure, but it looks fine. So if anything for me, I think last epoch might just be a game that, you know, on a season launch I'm just gonna play for like a week or something and to have some fun and blast. So obviously, maybe more. Depends a bit on like the timing, I guess, but I think generally that we're gonna try to avoid like the big like PoE and before seasons. So this might like fit in pretty nicely. Got a sword. Is it important what you get after XP bonus from Ash? Not really. Do you have resource support right now? I do. It should be on Tempest, I feel. Okay. You're looking at the video I did where I mentioned that life matters more on the one-shot rogue builds. It's because of the overpower scaling. When you have more life, overpower does more damage. And at some point he's gonna have so much additive damage that just like stacking another 30% or something is not as good as just stacking like 2k extra life, for example. Okay, let's hurry up here. They're waiting already. How many do I have? I have 6 more. Well, actually, do we need them all? I have enough, I guess. Okay. What exactly tells you how it works? This wasn't in patch notes. The patch notes told us how overpower works. Overpower gives you a 50% extra damage bonus. And on top of this, you benefit from overpower damage, which is just additive damage, but they're relatively high values. And also, depending on your life, you get extra overpower damage, which is the same as the additive version. So the way this works is you get 1% extra additive damage per 1% of your life over base life. So if the base life is 8,000 at level 100, if you have 16,000, you get plus 100%. If you have 24,000, you get plus 200%. Then if you have Fortify, you get also 1% per 1% of your life is Fortify, including the base life. So if you have 8,000 life, you're fortified, you get 100% bonus. If you have 16,000 life, you get 200, and so on. And this is what I mean with when you overpower and you do this one-shot build, then actually stacking life at some point becomes better than just having an extra damage roll on the ring, for example. Because the overpower skill is better. With like low life pool at least. Quite useful. Yo, Palas, what's up, man? I have not tried Andario's temerity and concealed aspect, but it's also not really much of a thing right now. The combo is just not really as powerful as other options. Andarios itself is a not really strong item. Temerity itself is not really better than like a just defensive legendary pants. And conceded, I mean, yeah, this is like really the main reason to consider something like this. But you're not exactly swimming in aspect slots on a rogue right now. The poisons or different sources stack, they do, yeah. Thanks, Endless for Prime. Is it good to have All-Star on two-handed? Yes. Like the best two stats on basically every build on a weapon are main stat and all stats. You always want to put those on weapon basically. And then usually have like something like a build specific scaling stat. Like crit damage on ranged rogues right now, or damage versus crowd control on melee rogues, or damage while berserking on the barb. You know, these kind of multiplier stats. And then you have like, you know, one other like core skill or close or distant damage or something like that. Or vulnerable, depending on like what applies the most. Guys, for the Genesis. What's the best boss card for Druid? Probably Polarize. With the whole overpower setup, you can basically like on-tap everything. If a good overpower crit. Or get close to it at least. Another sword. Okay, that's the last one. 868, man. Okay. Okay, 16x. That's something, I guess. So you want to do 20, right? Let's go. 20 Dorios incoming, guys. You know what that means? New Gamba, new opportunities.
All the crying and worrying of Ghoul Run survivors is scaring off buyers.
Let's have some compassion.
I would rather have coin.
Actually, we can just. We have this. Actually, I just realized the rug is actually not so bad. 27% damage over time reduction. It's kind of legit against Malphite, so I'm plus well. Not that I need it anymore now, but. Oh, yeah, right, I didn't put the thing now, so. Every night. I guess we do this. Actually, I want to put it on the left apparently, so. We do flash. Chin. Tactical. Duration. So let's try this. Fuck. Yeah, poison. Safeguard. Overnight. Okay, let's see how consistent this is. 0.9 speed, so. I'm ready. We wanted to do this. I think there was silence, right?
This I can sell.
Do need to sort out my stash here, holy. Condemnation. Can we remove some of this? 40, 40. There's another 40, 925. We have this. There's so many tables. Okay. What else do I have? Well, let's just go for uniques. Penitent, Tuscan, Ghost there. Ah, crossplay, okay. Is imbuement potency buff the initial hit or just dot and trigger effects? As far as I know, imbuement potency works for every number basically. Including the damage, the crit buff, the damage buff, everything. Okay, here we go. Right. Oh yeah, right, I never put the prediction result. We got the Evernight drop earlier, so easy club. And let's make a new one. 20 runs. Chances are not great. Let's see, do we have one tap here? This is a Sorc, so no. This is two Druids. Okay, I guess it's on me. Yeah, it's on me. Two Druids and a Sorc. Alright. Let's go, I guess. What a party. Hello, J-Dero. I'm good, here. Special much better than RF at the moment. I usually combine the two. But Penshot is just better in general because there's barely any bosses you have to kill in Nightmare Vaults. There's basically only Butcher and Son of Malphas and that's it. So I was playing pure Penshot doing leveling, for example. Well, good luck, Mandanium. How do you unlock more Paragon Pass? Here. What are best rare glyphs or rogue? Oh, that always depends on the build. I guess one of the best overall is exploit glyph. But yeah, I mean, you know, range builds, they run precision, they want a combat glyph or the crit damage. Melee builds, they want a control glyph for damage with crowd control. So it depends. Oh, Valdemir, thanks for Prime. How do you see less? I'm not sure how do you see less UFO. But always trying to have a score of escape in hardcore. Maybe turn off crossplay. That might make it more stable. So strongest build I made is Season. That's a funny question to ask considering what's going on the screen. Yeah, Earthbuild has no way to get out of a stun. Shadow Step is your friend. Constant also works. Hotfix 2 was just posted. Oh, what's that? Let's see. Lunar Shrine XP boost. Increase XP bonus per monster kill to 100%. Wow. Assassin's Favor Sigil. Increase Glyph XP bonus to 20%. Wow. 100% extra value, guys. Let's go. What else? These increased bonuses aim to ensure Lunar Shrines and the Assassin's Favor Sigils are universally exciting and valuable. Okay. Gain updates. After the Lunar Awakening pool of reputation, what caches the appropriate world tier qualities? Okay. Extinction of monsters are only spawning for the first. Ah, this is old actually. Okay, so just this. Yeah, okay, whatever. Who cares, man? But I mean, 100% extra XP is actually kind of legit, I guess. Like if you actually try to fish for these sigils that have the shrines, I guess you can actually. Yeah, okay. If you craft enough sigils and then run those, if you have the sigil powder at least. Yeah, I need to be rich though for that. But if you have the sigil powder, you can actually kind of like speed level it. Now you have perma shrines. Yeah, I mean, you need leftover sigil power though a lot. Like, you can't craft that many sigils. But I mean, if you craft like, you know, tier 30s, tier 40s, tier 50s or so that you use while leveling, I guess it's relatively affordable. You get 2 and 5 with sigils. What does 2 and 5 mean? I mean, like 2 out of 5 cards have like the Ancestor's Favor thing. That's actually a relatively high chance then. Really, is it that often? Some of these might be old. Here's one. Oh, first guy got an Uber on Dials. You thought I had Starless Skies. Then you thought wrong. And also, in this build, it wouldn't really matter, so... Don't have enough Ubers since you're gonna release the craft thing. Well, we don't even know what exactly the craft thing is gonna be. So... I have 8 Ubers now. And I probably want to keep at least 1 copy of each. So, even though I'm not planning to use Doombringer and a Gauntlet, I kind of want to keep it at least. I will need a Grandfather. Yeah, I have an Andarius that I probably don't need for anything, but I still want to keep one around. Same with Selig. Yeah, 3 copies of Selig and Andariel. So I have 2 each that I can get rid of. How many times did I kill Duriel? Well... I don't know. We're probably at like 300 plus now. So I guess I was a bit lucky with some of the drops. Started out with a very unlucky streak and then we have a bit of a lucky streak right now. Has Solo Self been totally ruined by Blizzard with a grouping system? Yes, it has. This is also why I put Soul Self-Found on my list for my season 4 wish list. So maybe we're gonna do something, who knows. At bare minimum give us like better solo options that are somewhat competitive with group.
Bless and thank you.
I would use to bring on Rogue. It's a very useful item for just getting tanky, and Rogues are generally not tanky. If you're playing SSF, why do groups matter to you? And number 1, there is no real SSF mode in this game, which is a problem. So you can't even show off that you're SSF. And number 2, it still feels bad that groups are just like 5 times better. Like, why should groups be 5 times better? Or 4 times or whatever. It makes no sense. Even if SSF was a thing. Like, it's fine if groups are like, you know, 20% better, let's say. Oh, fuck, I messed it up. would make sense if it had an LG system. How do I go about finding groups? Well, usually the groups come to me, luckily. But yeah, it's rough. Got the first Ubenic Andaris Visage, but I don't know what to run it on. Yeah, people ask me about Andaris all the time. It's like an okay item, you can just stick it in many builds. Gives you like the lifesteal, which is nice. You have some poison synergies on Rogue and Druid, which are kinda nice. But there's not very much to it. SSF normally has better drop rate. I wouldn't call it normally. It's just that, again, like, just bring it closer to Keller. Like, you know, why does not everyone pay the cost for a Druid run, you know? Why is only one guy summoning the boss and that's it? It doesn't have to be this way. But it is, for some reason. So... And there's still efficiencies as a group player that it can benefit from, you know, just farming Durimas, you know. It's still more efficient to do Whispers together and to do Helltide together and so on. It's not just that the Durian runs are 4 times better, but the rest, if you really want, you know, most people just farm solo mats, but if you really want it, then groups would be way better in those other activities as well, and you could multiply the effect even more. Yeah, then you have Malphas, man. Where it's like a 15-minute run solo or something. Yeah. Yikes. Which is fine, I guess, if you kill it like 10 times, but it's not fine when you're farming like 100 times to get the stones. Yeah, I've done some Malphas solo runs, but yeah, I don't want to do it much more. This build has Tibalt, Sam. And the Gauntlet is not going to have like ladders for solo players, but it's going to have solo ladders for, you know, solo runs. So you can benefit from the group, you know, split farm and stuff. But the Gauntlet itself will have solo ladders. What are these guys talking about? They're saying let's stop for some reason.
Hello.
Oh my fucking god, man. Something is wrong with the drop rate, guys. So let's stop. Wait, did it reset? I did not reset. Okay. Oh no, man. We've done like 10 kills. Something is wrong with the drop rate. By the way, first kill, the one guy got an Andariels. But okay. Holy shit, okay. Yeah, I'm sure they just nerfed it, by the way, in this hotfix. They also did a stealth change to do real drop rates, for sure. Wait, is it already out? February 8th. Is it out? You can see some of the chat, right? Not really, okay. Yeah, they added the living steel bosses again. I think that's a mistake.
May the light keep you.
Yeah, the living steel, like the elite, not the boss, you know, it's just like this big dude that stands at the living steel chest. The back. This also bugs out the chest to despawn once you can't see them, so you have to relog when you try to find it. Funny about default, get started tonight. Oh, good luck. I have no clue what I'm stepping into. Well, I mean, enjoy the ride, I guess. Especially, you know, trying everything for the first time and so on. It's kind of cool. You asked about Twisting Blades. Yeah, Twisting Blades is okay. You can feel the nerves, but it works. Especially leveling and farming, it's still pretty nice. Doesn't really have like the big damage output on the higher end. But there's still the poison variants for that. Over here. One's missing. I need to open. Double drop. Wait, he gave me 2 Exile rings. Is there any difference between Godslike Crown and Sharas? The icon is different. Yeah, all the uniques look different. Or like the armor pieces at least on the different characters. They all have their own like icons. Wait, how did I get this insane attack speed bonus here? Where was that come from? I was hitting like super fast there for a second. Ooh. You want to Sorc the icons change? Yes. Like, it's just like different transmogs on different classes, so they have different icons. What's the better imbue combo for damage output? Ice, poison, shadow, poison, or ice imbue? Or ice, shadow? Yeah, like the main build, I made it ice and shadow. Shadow for the AoE, ice for the single targets. I think poison is only really a thing if you go like full poison now with, you know, bursting venoms and all that. But this is like only like T100 stuff basically.
May the light keep you.
What's happened here? Where's this stuff coming from? You can actually grind the 100k ovals achievement easy this season. Actually, I wonder how far I am with that. But yeah, it's very easy to get obels this season. If you want to do the achievement for the 100k obels, should do it now. Can I see it somewhere? Is that open world? Can you tell me where it is? Why does it not count? Challenges. Oh, I have it already. Since 2 months ago. Oops, I forgot my stacking. Yeah, it might have been a Christmas event because I was farming a lot of obels there, doing like 10 hours of circles in Fractured Peaks. Also, save is a little bit for hardcore. They can tank at least one skill during phase 2. Well, honestly, I would just go on a Sorc. Because they have Flame Shield and Flame Shield Enchant. So you're kind of chilling. So this is probably what I would do. I mean, making a character, you know, strong enough to actually tank a skull will require some effort. Like, you should probably play Barb and then Shout and then have you protect here and yeah, maybe. Yeah, Deep Freeze, true. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Deep Freeze might be kind of rough though to use for the skulls. Maybe at the end or something, but yeah, that's like likely you come out of Deep Freeze and you get hit by something. Maybe Doombringer is pretty easy. Shaco and Silic, yeah, sure. just get that real quick. It's important to do all the reputation farming even for the Lunar event. I mean, just do it. It's basically on the side. You just have to click a few of these shrines. It's very fast and you get transmogs for it. It's not important. Well, this rotation is almost over. Got nothing. Hey, where is it here? Good luck, by the way. Hashtag Duriel bad. Get impact of eternity. Yeah, that's a bug. Open 5, so someone else has to open. A vault's better overall than normal Nightmare Dungeons? Yes. What are you talking about, cyber user? That wasn't my Shaka, it's just this guy linked it. Wound core, all stats. We only need this for double swing, we only need this for rogue, so not useful right now. Yeah, Gustavo? Did they enter already? What's happening? Reset? Did the 150? Yo, got it. Hello, Anita. Okay, it's the last one for the Strota. Now or never. Shaco is just 1 kill away. Now this guy dropped. Did he just TC or what? Oh, perfect time. Man, I'm getting tired early these days. I have to fix my sleep schedule. I'm yawning all the time already. Is he coming back? What is happening? If it would start from 0, no mass, audits, etc., how long would it take it to reach 4 tier 4? Yeah, I mean, with this character it was like 3 hours, 10 or something, and I didn't really use much that I already had from, like, you know, previous mats or something. I guess I didn't go and do like a capstone and do like a dungeon for aspects, so maybe 3.5. If you do like, you know, 2 free dungeons for some aspects. Okay, I guess this guy is not coming back, so rip 1 run. Unlucky. Getting scammed on stream. Nah, I don't know. Something happened apparently. It's fine. It's 1 run, whatever. Yeah, these guys are friends of him, so he just left abruptly, he said. So. Okay, have a good one.
Flawless efforts.
Okay. Change the items again. Put this in the bar again. Change this. Okay. Now, how are things looking here? Helltide. Oh, there's also World Boss in 8 minutes. Well, I guess I might go down to Sorc and hope for the best. What the fuck is Carini leave? Oh, that's a good meme that was born in season 28. In Diablo 3. I finally have to fix this transfer key. I really don't like the shoulder pads in his helm. Fuck Carini. I wholeheartedly agree. You can swear as much as you want about Carini. Now do we go Booba Transmog? What else is there? She almost looks like shamanic or something. With this. Not bad, actually. I hardly see Booba. Okay, I can check for more Booba if you want. I kinda like this though. Okay, big horsey. Salvage charge with Ancestral's aspect. That's a bad move. Let me tell you. Okay, most Booba is here. What about this? That's the one I just had, I think. Yeah, it doesn't really fit so well. I don't like the shoulder fats here. Okay, this is like more clean here. But it doesn't really fit so well. It's also a nice cape, actually. Can I find something with a cape that doesn't have like big shoulder pads? Something like this is not bad. Sand one. Kind of between this and this, actually. I'm gonna try this one. Maybe a different color. Nah. The golden orb is kind of cool. I think that's not bad. 3 minutes. I think it's gonna chill there. Capes are so 2023. Yeah, don't worry, I gotta make another Sorc. I can have under Booba there. Okay. Actually, if I had like a lighting build, this would be really cool. How's my pet right now? Resource breaking. We're not really in trouble against the world boss, are we? Gotten 40 Durimats from farming Malphas for the tuning stones. Oh boy.
greet you. Greetings.
Okay. Does anyone know which is the right video from Ciceran interviewing Jonathan? Is it this one? I think so. Because I wanted to listen to it. It's actually 2 hours, holy shit. So we're not gonna do the whole thing. Yeah, it's 2 hours. Yeah, I wanted to like listen to that because apparently that was a pretty good one. I have my own interview on this Sunday, so I wanna be prepared. It's worth watching. Yeah, I think so. Let's do that. While grinding like Hellties and shit. So Ciceran, I guess you know him, everyone. And Jonathan, he's the game director of Path of Exile 2.
Hi, Ciceran here with a interview with Path of Exile.
Pause this. Dude, Chrome is loading so slow again.
2 developers, Jonathan and
I got it,
Rishi, and I'm honored by them joining me here today, and we're going to ask a lot of questions, and I figured we could start with you introducing yourself and what you do
How many people are
specifically
gonna die now?
at Grinding Gear Games.
Not really anyone.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2, which is certainly keeping me busy at the moment.
My name is Rishi, and I'm a game designer on Path of Exile 2, mostly working on items and anything in that nature, which also keeps me very busy.
But you're doing some PoE 1 stuff as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to item
That's
stuff.
9
you
days
kind
ago,
of, you know,
okay. It was very
help
recent.
out there as well, for sure.
And then
Right.
there's Ascendancies and PoE 2, and
A bunch
lot
of
of stuff.
a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff to do, yeah. So I want to start by saying I actually really liked what you said in one of the previous interviews about a lot of people try to ask questions on behalf of other people and creating
It's actually very
artificial
late,
problems that way. So I'm mostly asking questions that I specifically care about myself because I feel like I'll be able to ask better follow-ups. So there are
Absolutely.
some duplicated questions that I feel weren't followed up. So just wanted to say about that. But yeah, thank you so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
And I figured we could start with sort of a re-follow-up. And I wanted to ask, is everything going to be tied to maps in the same way everything is in PoE 1? Or will there be more standalone endgame? Because you did talk about how you
Big
really
boss.
like Delve and stuff. What I'm asking about specifically is there a chance that we'll get a completely standalone endgame? So think about Delve with no reliance on maps, or Heist that is completely self-sufficient, so that during an entire league you could go, I don't want to do the mapping system at all this league.
It would be possible, but what I will say is that it's very important that anytime you can effectively choose the difficulty of content, you have to have some kind of tie to economic value in order to make it so that you can't do content that's too hard for you. So the reason why the map system is like the way it is effectively to ensure that, right? Because in order to earn access to higher maps, you have to do lower maps and so on and work your way up the chain. So any in-game system that you want to have that's independent of that would have to effectively do the same thing. And so that's kind of important. So like we do have some stuff. It's very hard to have stuff that's not economically tied to the map system in some way. Like in the case of Delve, you've got like Sulfite, which you sort of need to be able to get somehow. In order for Delve to be
Let's see
completely
off the hook on so
untethered, you
many
have to be able to get
topics.
Sulfite
I'm
in
gonna
the
watch that
mine.
one too, I guess.
And I guess the fear we would have around that is basically that it would become boring, that you wouldn't like, that wouldn't actually be enjoyable in some way. So I guess we'd just have to feel confidence that it would be okay to be able to just do that forever in order for that to be okay.
So I guess my follow-up there and like how I would solve that is actually a further question I have, but I feel like loot right now is very like homogenized in Path of Exile. I think it started somewhere around Legion where we started getting a lot of other league mechanics as rewards as part of Legion, right? Like you would start getting catalysts and other things like that. So I personally think that if any mechanic that was like that was the only place to get it, then you already have a reason to keep farming it there. And I guess my follow-up there is that something we're going to see in PoE 2? Like things being very specific, the only place to get things? That's something I really enjoyed with Heist, that like Grand Heist was the only place to get.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think Sis is perfectly on point there. Like I haven't seen this video yet, but I really don't like that you just like, farm whatever is like the most efficient thing and then you get everything there and it's okay. I mean, there are reasons now to farm certain things and, do them faster or whatever, but for the most part, like, Legion, for example, just vomits everything at you. Let's see, and also at the previous point, I feel like, yeah, it seems like they're not going to do like a standalone content type system, right? They basically just said no on that, I think. But it would be cool if like eventually you're going to develop something like Delve or so again. I guess Delve is going to be in PoE 2 anyway, right?
Yeah, we definitely feel like having rewards tied to a mechanic and only that mechanic is definitely a good thing, and we will definitely try to be doing that going forward, I think, in PoE 2 for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think even in PoE 1 we're kind of trying to walk back a bit some of the like other ways to get content. Like we've been kind of moving more in that direction. There was definitely a period there where there was like way too much use of other leagues rewards, I would say. And yeah, I completely agree that like in order to make it so that like it's really good for diversity of endgame to have it so that each got rewards separately.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. That's something I was really hoping to see with like less homogenization of loot.
For sure,
awesome.
for sure.
So you have talked about this a little bit, but a lot of the marketing so far feels to me personally is like very focused on the new crowd. It almost feels like you haven't really been targeting existing Path of Exile players.
This is why they're talking to me on Sunday.
We're obviously not seeing a lot of endgame yet. Maybe that's because
well,
it's
not exactly,
ready.
but
but yeah, we're not seeing a large amount of like endgame stuff. And also, I remember in a previous interview when showing off cosmetics and stuff, I know you guys focus on like making it very like readable and like easy to see what's happening. Do you think there will be any more targeting things for existing Path of Exile players that are getting increasingly worried that PoE 2 isn't for them? For example, specifically showing off endgame, more really cool and complex interactions, like even the Druid slamming the ground, volcano stuff activating, that's super cool to me.
Right.
More things like that.
I mean, I think that it's sort of interesting because when we're making marketing, we have to make sure that we're not going to just completely alienate a bunch of people who've never heard the game before. So we have to be really careful to avoid that. And I think that's why we kind of make sure that everything tries to be a bit more understandable for new players. So yeah, like I guess the assumption is that like as far as like getting really deep into the weeds, we can do that kind of thing in this kind of context more, and then our existing players will be able to kind of appreciate that. But when it comes to like releasing big trailers and things like that, it really needs to be kind of like, okay, let's make sure that people don't think that, I mean, we've already got a reputation of the whole like Path of Exile kind of thing going on, so we just have to be a little bit careful that we don't completely alienate people before they've even had a chance to try the game. And I guess the other assumption is that a bunch of Path of Exile 1 players are likely to want to try Path of Exile 2 out and find out the fact that all the depth is still there. They're likely to just to try it out anyway, if you know what I mean, and find that out. So yeah, I mean, effectively, it just means that a lot of the time, yes, we have to make sure that the marketing is more new player friendly.
I get that. Do you think you would be open to, for example, doing a live stream with a streamer where you're playing Path of Exile and showing something akin to like, here, this is like a pretty good pace, this is like blasting?
Yeah, absolutely, we should be doing that, but I think that we don't want to be doing that until we get a bit closer to beta release. And I mean, as we get there, I'm sure there will be a lot more stuff like, I mean, because there's going to be various events and other things like that we'll get to as we get closer to the beta launch. And don't worry, I'm sure you will get your chance to try the game again.
Okay, it's very cool.
At some point, it's at some point. But yeah, it's really a little bit premature to be showing in game right now, I think, because there's still quite a lot more to do. I've sort of said before that we don't have like full progression testing that we can do quite yet, and that's becoming actually really soon. To the point we can do that, and at that point we'll know what we need to do in terms of when getting to end game, getting like tuning the field to make sure that you feel like you've got that power progression all the way through the game, and then where you kind of end up actually feels good as well. So that's still something that we need to sort of nail down, I would say.
Cool. A problem for me right now is, especially with beasts and essences, I'll sometimes be fighting an essence or a beast that is like a real fight, and not necessarily tied to its reward either. Like it's not necessarily super worth it to fight it. Where I'll maybe be fighting it for a minute or two, and then I run up to the map boss and I snap it out of existence. How do you approach making that different and balancing that in PoE 2?
Well, so the bosses are going to be a lot more involved in PoE 2, right? Like a PoE 1 map boss is like, for example, there's Hailrake as a map boss, and if that lasted minutes, it's just going to be boring, isn't it? So, I mean, a lot of the bosses in PoE 2 are going to have many different mechanics that you have to fight through and everything, and that on its own is going to be quite a bit different. But I believe there's also some changes
so
in
Mark,
PoE 1.
There is some issues basically in PoE 1 where because of the way that multiple mechanics can stack multiplicatively, you can get into a situation where there really is too much life, effective HP on monsters.
I wonder why they never fixed that. Why did they never change that?
And I think that Mark has some kind of system that they're slowly introducing in PoE 1 where there'll be some way to effectively demultiplicativize that. I don't know what the word is, but make it more additive so that it actually scales more reasonably. And I think that will mean that you sort of don't get as many of those sort of situations where something's just unfairly and ridiculously tough.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wouldn't want to say that it will never be the case that a rare could potentially become harder than a map boss, because I think that it's cool when you do have a interesting combination of mods that just leads to a situation where something is interestingly difficult. But what we don't want is just like this thing is just impenetrably tough to the point where you just can't even you just
that's really good.
I think that's definitely bad. And I know this is something that we want to get fixed in PoE 1 as well. So hopefully PoE 2 also benefits from that. But just the fact that all of the bosses in the end game will be actually good bosses will mean that it's okay to balance them harder, which will mean that relatively speaking they'll be they'll tend to be much tougher than what the rares will be.
Awesome. And it's also a rarity thing, right? Of how often a rare is going to
Sure. I mean, there's stuff around that as well, of course. Yeah.
So from what I'm hearing, right, all or the majority of the map bosses are going to be like more substantial fights. But a follow-up question I have there is it can feel really good to like maybe have a specific build that is maybe very bad at bosses, right? I think back in PoE 1 we had Vol Sparkers that couldn't do bosses at all. Do you see that being an approach players can do where I can make like a map specific build and it still be worth it to just like blast through the map but maybe completely ignore the boss? Or is it going to be expected that you're killing the map and the boss and that is the expected gameplay loop?
It's a very interesting question that I guess I haven't directly considered until this moment, so let me think about that. So...
Well, there's a fraction of the reward that comes from the boss versus the map and versus league content. So I guess in theory, if you could do the rest of it fast enough that you could give up the reward from the map boss, it would be okay?
The intention is 1/3 from the map boss of reward, roughly. So that basically means that if you can do the 2/3 more efficiently such that you can overwhelm the 1/3 that comes from the map boss, then that could still be plus EV for you. But I'm just thinking, like, do we actually want to incentivize that behavior or not? It's an interesting question.
I have a direct follow-up too that might make you think about it differently as well. It was initially supposed to be about core bosses specifically, things like Eater of Worlds and stuff. But is there going to be like very distinct different loot between the map boss, like something that's only accessible there, versus the rest of the map?
Yeah, I mean, we generally do that, right? Like, generally speaking, the map boss does have specific loot, right? Like, it's not the whole map, is my understanding.
Well, the map boss is... well, if you're just talking about regular map...
Sure. If you're talking about regular map... Well, regular maps, generally not so much, right? But it's just that's more of a thing when you've got, like, specific important
like a specific
bosses.
boss will certainly have it,
But that being said, I actually do like having, like, even more specific content in certain cases. The thing we just got to be careful of is we have to make sure that our systems don't encourage just running the same thing again and again and again for absolutely forever. Like, it's nice to be able to target farm something for a while, but you just have to be careful that it's not like the economically best decision is everyone runs this one map and then that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that's
tricky.
That's why I'm such a big fan of like more target farming in specific things, so that there's like you have so many options of things to track down. And I wanted to ask you about how do you feel about loot tables and target farming? And in all my time playing Path of Exile now, Path of Exile 1, I have only been able to discern one single item that drops anywhere, but also has like a higher chance from something. It's Rumi's Concoction from Aziri, or from Aziri's Trio. That's the only thing I've been able to discern in 25,000 hours. Is there going to be more things like that that are like similar to Diablo 2, right? Where Nightmare and Dariel is a higher drop chance of Stone of Jordan. Are you approaching that in any way, like loot tables and target farming of things that do farm globally?
The funny thing about that is div cards kind of are that in a way. Because div cards ultimately are a way to target farm certain things. So I guess like, I mean, we haven't discussed whether or not exactly how div cards will come back and so on. But like if they, like, I mean, but effectively
Imagine target farm being just one thing over and over and over. Yeah.
Like, div cards do serve the purpose of allowing you to target farm for a certain item with higher chance at a certain area.
Yes, but there's a big difference there in that div cards usually drop in one zone. I'm talking about things that maybe drop globally, but something has a higher chance of dropping it.
Right.
Well, but the unique that the div card
I
gives.
actually wonder, like, how much of the existing leaving mechanics are they gonna carry over? Did they say that anywhere already in Exile or something? Like, how much of the leaving mechanics are actually come back? Because I figured there would be quite a lot of them. I know at least Alva is there because he's like part of the story and stuff, I think. And I guess Delph is there. But yeah, like, I guess essences and these kind of things will also remain, like, right? There's like a lot of stuff I think that's gonna stay. That has like its own like incentive, its own target farming thing, right? And this is kind of cool, right? When you have like different types of content they can target farm, and the economy will kind of make sure that it evens out. Don't have PPW emote. I'll link it.
Drops globally is, I think, what.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, if the unique the div card gives drops globally, then the div card effectively serves as like a way to target farm that thing over, even though, you know. So, I guess I would say that those systems kind of seem a little bit similar to me. As for whether or not the actual map boss itself would drop, like, more as opposed to the map, I guess we could consider doing that for something like a div card. Like, it's a potential way to kind of make it so that you've got that, like, that situation like that. But I mean, my understanding is that you had some issues with div cards in PoE 1 as they are right now. So I'm curious to talk about that if you want to talk more about it.
Yeah, that's my next
Yeah, I'm not a fan of div cards at all, I gotta say. I mean, I think div cards are not terrible by themselves, but there's like, 20 times too many of them in the game at the very minimum.
I was watching the Crypt talk about this, and yeah, I personally feel like divination cards, especially for boss drops and stuff, super devalue what they drop, especially with something like the Void or when they can come from diviners. Not inherently against a divination card for a boss drop as a pity drop from either another really challenging boss or the boss itself. But yeah, I wanted to know, how do you want to approach divination card and strictness to keep boss drops exciting?
Yeah. So we were actually just talking about this. So
yeah. So I definitely agree with you in that it always makes me sad when a boss drop comes from a div card before a boss is even killed. Yeah. You know, and we were talking about how it might just be better. Like, look, we don't actually know how div cards are going to come into PoE 2, but if they did, they would only be limited to world drop items and not boss specific items. Because I mean, in theory, we could have the boss drop a div card.
Yeah, I think the whole fact that div cards can give you uniques from bosses is kind of stupid in the first place. I'm not sure why they did that in PoE 1. Like, that makes no sense, I feel. Because you can just farm that boss to get that thing, and you don't need like the div card to farm that thing from that boss. You can farm anyway. It's just completely stupid and like redundant. You can have div cards, like, for example, for fusing orbs, you farm that map and you like, mega stack up fusing orbs. We farm that map and you get exalts and these kind of things that you may need for like a crafting project in SSF or so. That makes a lot of sense. Or just see like fun div cards, right, where you get like any random double corrupted unique, and sometimes it happens to be like some shit unique, but it actually has good corruptions and it's actually valuable. Like, that is actually some fun shit. But the other stuff, man, I don't know. It's some money. Each div card is a purchase on players. Yeah, I guess so. That's probably the reason why it's such a blown up system, right? And in PoE 2, I guess they're not gonna do that, so that's good. They're not a small company anymore. I'm not following Maxwell's Blizzard build now. I'm just pressing buttons.
Card for the boss's loot itself, but that sort of defeats the purpose a little bit.
Exactly. So yeah, like basically, I think we were saying how if we were doing it, we probably would prefer that we excluded things that were in boss specific loot. But I know there's even other things like, so the other one that kind of also causes this is the reliquary. And like Mark was saying that he feels a bit sad about the fact that like you've got foil things of a thing dropping before you've actually got the ability for the players to get the non-foil one. Seems a bit backwards, so there's like a bit of an issue there, I think, as well. It's something.
I gotta say, in the most recent leagues in PoE, they seem like a mega fucked up when it comes to all the high-end drops and everything. Like, I don't know, like the foiled mage bloods that people farm in like half an hour each or some shit. 20 mirror drops from one guy this league. Like, what the fuck is actually going on? Like, holy shit, man. And like all these these div cards or the boss drops, I don't know. Seems lame. Yeah, if anything. I mean, it's nice that it's like, systems like div cards for even for certain items like, Mage Blood, you can like work towards it, right? Step by step, you can farm up and MF that div card. Why not, right? If it takes like 200 hours of grinding to actually get it all together, sure. But yeah. I see Oofball. Might try this skill. I mean, my setup here is not optimal or something. I'm just like, just follow the max up Blizzard guide. It's good. Don't worry. That's the best way to level. I can watch my video from yesterday.
I think we definitely need to bear in mind, I would say.
Yeah.
And we did sort of discuss a few things about ways to... Yeah, but I don't know if I've got a specific solution I'm quite happy with yet, but that is definitely a concern. But at the same time, like I know that players really do enjoy the process of being able to create things like div cards, so it's something that I do want to try and have something like. I do like things like that being in the game, so it's just a matter of making sure that we're controlling them right.
Yeah, and like obviously, well, my thought was you could have like boss pity drops that just can't drop from generic location div cards or the void, right? That the boss itself is the only place to get the pity. But a follow-up I have is all divination cards right now are made by supporters, right? As a company, you haven't made a single one. Is that something you're thinking about changing, or do you think that will be a supporter pack?
I would say that I do like the fact that the players can know like that a certain piece of content is like player designed rather than company designed. Like I kind of like that separation. So I think that I would want to maintain that sanctity if we're doing that. But yeah, it's
That's bold.
As I said, we have to sort of work out what our rules are going to be for stuff like this. I mean, one question people have is like, are you going to do the whole designer unique thing again in PoE 2? And this is a tricky question
awesome.
because like it is.
I hope
like,
they do.
Well, I mean, Rishi's normally the one who has to actually to actually do it. So you could say what your experience is like with regard to that stuff.
It's generally so, and I'm not trying to sound hypocritical here because I actually started as a supporter that designed a unique as well, but it's actually really hard to make them, and the time it takes to make a supporter unique compared to a unique that we just make in-house is massively different. So if we were to do it, it would be, I don't even know like how much it would cost, like the company time and all of that. You know,
part of it is just like there is an awesome community feel you get at the like I just remember the early days of PoE 1 with supporters doing that stuff. It just felt really cool, and so it feels sad if we weren't able to do something like that in PoE 2. Like that's why I'm kind of keen, even though it is kind of painful in a lot of ways. I think it still might be worth it just because like it's like there's just an awesome sense you get out of that. I think the main problem with it actually is not so much the process of designing it with the community, but more the afterwards when like some other thing like some new item will come out that's like better than the one the supporter designed for some purpose, and they're like, oh, you have to buff my thing, and like effectively they've got the sense of ownership over the item after it actually goes in the game, and that's kind of like that's actually probably the worst part about it. But
because one of my questions was if you felt that you're too big to do that now.
I don't want that to be the answer. Like I don't want to have to.
So,
I certainly don't want that to have to be how we say that.
I don't think we wouldn't do it just because we're too big. It would be for other reasons if we didn't do it.
So obviously there's two solutions I thought of. One is increasing the price, right? That will like limit the money. But you could also have a raffle that people sign up to like I'm willing to pay whatever the $500 or the $1,000. And then probably like 3 people are picked, and they're like the lucky ones. That would be interesting as well.
We could potentially do something like that, but I don't know.
We've also done it as like like a contest, right? The winner of a race gets to do it. That was the most recent time I think that we've done this. So I mean,
I actually think that there can be when you've got too few people doing it, can actually be an issue as well, because then there's this weird community pressure thing of like a unique will come out and then the community like, oh, you wasted your thing on this and this kind of stuff. So there's a little
that's like some no matter what.
That happens with the current supporter uniques as well, right? Like when someone designs a unique, they expect it to be at a certain power level, and when people decide that it's not, they sometimes don't feel like like they don't feel happy about the result at the end of it because maybe they didn't make it an item that was strong enough or whatever. So there are definitely a lot of issues too.
It's very cool that you're talking about that though. Are there any supporter related thing like the Valdos or the div cards or previously created uniques like Voltaxi? Is there any of that that is going to be transferring to PoE 2?
Just some uniques, is my understanding.
Yeah, so those things won't directly come into PoE2 like that. But for uniques, like, okay, so generally speaking, like, we want what we would call iconic uniques from PoE1 to be in PoE2, like in some form, you know, like even if like there are changes or whatever, like anything that's kind of iconic, you want to be there in PoE2. And so effectively, like if a supporter unique happens to be iconic, then it'll come in, but not like it's a different unique now because like the stats will be changed, whatever. It's like it's not supporters unique in the same way as it was before. But because it has become iconic, it can now, you know, be a unique that would be in PoE2.
Like even if the stats are different, like ideally it'll still be recognizable of the item that it once was, and you know that sort of thing. So like a PoE1 player will look at it and be like, oh yeah, I
remember that.
I know what that item is.
So Voltaxic and Cloak of Defiance are very likely in PoE2 then.
I would say.
I would probably say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, Toxic Rift, man. Holy shit. Now we're going real old school.
I've tried to have like a mix of questions, not so much like staying on one topic necessarily. But one I'm very curious about personally is cosmetics in PoE1 right now are very often tied to one specific piece of armor. Like right now we have flying.
Reinforced designer, right? Oh man. Reinforced designer. 25 years later, you're looking at what Diablo 4 made out of it. XCD, man.
But that's only on the chest.
Right.
Would there be a possibility in PoE2 to have it that's just like, okay, your character can fly without it necessarily be tied to that exact effect?
So we discussed this a little bit. Here's the thing, like, if we divorce the cosmetic completely from the function, I feel like you're going to end up with a situation where you end up kind of like with the cosmetics we were making back before, where there's like just a lot of like, I don't think it's as interesting. I do understand why players certainly want in some cases for those effects to be available on different slots or things like that. But I think that, I don't know, like it, thematically as far as design goes, it's just so much better to design an item where you're thinking like, oh, it's a, you know, like it actually puts the game design, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this, but it puts the game design kind of back in the cosmetic design process, which I think is something that makes them a lot cooler, a lot like better for our designers to work on.
Right.
So it's kind of like I think there are maybe some cases where we haven't tied the function enough to the actual armor or piece. And that's the cases, I think, where players are asking for, oh, I wish that this could be separate.
Yeah, like flying specifically would be very cool to mix and match with different sets.
Right. But the I think in those cases, maybe we should be considering doing. And I do think the MTX system needs to change somewhat. In fact, there are changes in the works, and the funny thing about that is that because the MTX system is shared between PoE1 and 2, that means that any change we make to that has to be in PoE1 as well, because you know they'll be the same.
Yeah.
And so I think that we do want to have like I think the slot-based system is kind of holding us back a little bit at the moment, and so I think that we need to change up how that works exactly. Like we still need to have slots with regard to like reskinning particular elements of your body. But I do think there's a lot of cases where you want to be able to equip something not in a slot so that you can have just like a list of just like, here's as many things. And I think we even added a thing for that technically. I think we even did a thing for a couple of microtransactions recently for that in PoE1. Although
yes,
I think we might have done. But I feel like I definitely think that more stuff needs to kind of work like that. And we might end up going back and changing a few things to make them a little bit easier to equip in that way. But it's at the same time, though, I wouldn't want to say that we want to get away from the idea that mechanic and an item should be divorced.
Okay.
I think they should be unified because it's at least a better design.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Next question is about Detonate Dead. It's a very hot.
Like otherwise, everyone's just gonna float around, man, with this like supporter pack, or you know, everyone's gonna have like the same whatever effect. You know, if you can just like combine, you know, the coolest thing with whatever you're wearing, and I think having like a certain transmog that actually enables like these special effects, it should be like it should have its own identity. I think that's important. Nini actually has that floating thing. I know. I gifted it to her. It's very expensive.
Thing. And you've talked about how it's very important to improve the visual clarity, make it very easy to see. But I feel like in a game like Path of Exile, there will always be moments where it's like it is under something, whether it's your filter, whether it's like a lot of effects and stuff. Like there will be like a perfect storm where it just is under something. Is there a really important need for it to be tied to corpse health when it's a monster ability?
Well, you feel strongly about
Yes.
this, so you can answer
well,
that.
okay. I'm not sure how I feel about the monster side of things, but I do feel strongly that the player skill needs to be tied to corpse life, because
I agree with that.
there should be a difference when you detonate the corpse of a rare monster versus a magic monster. And then the question is, well, why would it be any different when it comes to a monster, right? Now, and I feel the real problem is that there is a lack of telegraphing, right, on the monster side, really. Like,
I mean, the telegraphing change we want to make really should make it so that you can see it. Like, I don't think it will be impossible to see once we've done the telegraphing change that we want to make.
Yeah, like basically, is it okay for a monster to detonate like another rare monster's corpse, and it takes 5 seconds or some?
Yeah, it could just take longer. It could be like a longer wind-up if it's like a big corpse explosion, for example, right? Or something like that. I mean, I don't really like the idea that there's still like this random corpse explosion one-shot in the PoE too, but I guess this is what it is. It only really affects hardcore players anyway, I guess.
Large number of time, before it detonates, but it will kill you if you stand there. I think that should be okay as long as
play hardcore in
you
PoE
can
for
see
sure.
the telegraph clearly enough.
So the question is basically, can we make the telegraph clear enough?
Yeah.
Right?
I guess, but do you think it's good that there are, because Detonate Dead can become untankable, right? Like borderline untankable. Do you
For
think
sure.
that's a good thing, that like, you possibly cannot tank this hit?
And now Epoch, I'm
I
gonna
think
play
that
Rogue
it
for
is
start
okay
probably.
to have some mechanics like that. I mean, it's not like I'm saying you want to have something like that every day.
Okay.
But the ability for something like that to be able to happen, I think, is fine. Like, it's not like, like I don't think we should have a policy of like there are no one hits or something, like no one shots at all in the game ever. I don't think that's a good idea, because I think it handcuffs you a little bit too much. So that's that. I guess that's sort of how I would feel about that. Is you just want sometimes that, and it makes for interesting stories and sort of stuff like that to happen, right? Like if it's unfair, that's a
Interesting story. I got kaboomed.
problem, right? That is a problem. But
Yes.
if it's just like, but if you were warned, you screwed up, you should have known better than that, and it's on you, then I think it is okay for that.
I'm
to
playing
happen.
as Epoch, yeah.
Hey, you still know She-Cops exploded the
We're
corpse.
gonna play some
boss.
before already.
I know, it is great, but I'm also a big fan of being able to like, pre-prepare. I think that's a very important approach to hardcore,
Right. Oh,
to
for
like
sure.
math out and think like, I am now immortal if I play in a certain way, and yeah.
Right.
But yeah, that's fair.
Should complete immortalness be possible? Well, I mean, I guess you want the occasional thing, right, to make it possible for you to die.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Pretty much direct follow-up. How, or are you, can you talk a little bit about how you're going to approach making monsters dangerous in PoE 2? Because the game pace is going to be very different. And if I recall, a previous answer was that you felt it was dangerous or hard to make monsters dangerous when players are one-shotting the screen without on-death effects. So is the approach to that going to be different in PoE 2?
As far as making monsters dangerous go, like, I think that the one interesting thing about that is that there's
This one is married.
mechanics
from
of
the
the
gaming.
average monster in PoE 1 are probably generally less complicated than they are in PoE 2.
Oh yeah, there are some monsters that have more mechanics than some bosses, right?
From PoE 1,
Yeah.
sure, yeah. And so, like, that means that in your general mapping, like, there will be more complexity around, like, some of the stuff that can happen. In terms of, like, the difficulty, I mean, so, like, I think like, maybe part of what we're talking about before, with the thing you were referencing, was to do with, like, basically how fast can a monster kill you and that kind of stuff, like, can you get one shot and this kind of thing.
Well, also just like what type of mechanics you would expect to see. Like I really like volatiles, barriers, the mana ring, and things like that.
Okay, so you're talking about rare mods specifically?
Sure.
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, like, that stuff. We actually need to do like a whole refresh of more mods for PoE 2 around the stuff. There needs to be a lot of design stuff like that. I wouldn't say we need on death effects to make. I wouldn't agree with the idea that we need on death effects to make things hard. Like it's a thing that can make something hard, but I don't think that it's like required. But yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of like designing more rare mods and and things like that. I mean, it's an area that we can do. It's sort of hard to be a bit more specific than that without like I wouldn't say there's like one thing that makes it hard, right? Like it's just a matter of like we add a bunch more mods and make things.
I guess something I'm curious about then is I would love to hear how you feel about on-death effects, and also talk a little bit about any mechanic like that volatile, mana ring, etc., that you like or don't like.
Well, I think I talked a bit about on death before, and basically the idea that on death, what it does is it means that you get something. There's something you have to play around when you're killing monsters in a pack. It's not so much that we want you to just die after you already won. It's a matter of like, okay, so as I'm approaching killing this pack, I just need to be a little bit careful because I know that there's something that's going to happen. So I like take them out one by one, or I'm just a little bit more careful around that stuff. So that's just that's the purpose that mechanic is intended to serve. Yeah, like that's what that's for. But I mean, ideally, it's not like that's the only thing you should be careful about, right? There should be many different things that you're worried about when it comes to
Yeah.
when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. And then was there any that you really liked or didn't
I
like?
don't know that I would single out any one thing in particular. I don't know
No,
if you
not
have
really. I mean, generally, it's just things that make you approach combat differently is what we
Right.
like, right?
Right,
Like,
right.
And that's, I know, not a very specific answer, but that's really what we're trying to go for when it comes to, you see a mod and you're like, oh, I need to approach this fight differently
Yeah.
than what I would normally do.
Yeah. And just to make sure, I can't remember exactly. Obviously, there's a lot more pausing and stuff in PoE 2. Does that mean that we can expect? This might have been answered. Can we expect to pause when we're talking to a vendor or something like that? Like, say for example, one of the merchants in the current League Affliction,
Oh, you
right?
mean
Like,
like- oh,
being
like with the
being
league
attacked
mechanic?
while talking to them. Yeah.
Right.
It's very frustrating.
You know, I haven't actually
I don't think we've actually talked about
talked about
Okay.
that.
I mean, they have the pausing tag already in the game, right? In PoE 2, and like, when you disconnect, the game pauses and all that stuff. So, I mean, they could probably make that happen. Just like talking to an NPC and then, just everything stops while doing that. It would also kind of like feel weird, right? Because like, even like your character is standing there in idle animation and you hear like environmental sounds and whatever, right? Like, it's also a kind of part of the immersion that gets lost in that case.
Particularly something that we could do. I agree, it's kind of lame when you're talking to a world vendor and then monsters are coming up and attacking you.
Yeah, because it's so frustrating right now. I'm in Affliction, and I'm like, I kill all the monsters, I look, I wait 5 seconds, I talk to the vendor. 10 seconds later, there's a monster gnawing at me, and I'm like,
Yeah,
bro.
I know.
I think that what my preferred solution to that, and there's no reason we couldn't do this in PoE 1.
Oh, hey,
would be to,
Screenrod.
like,
Are you ready?
I wonder if we can like. No, but you got to. Okay, you just got to
I
be really
can-
careful of
can come, I guess.
exploitation. But I kind of feel like I'd rather do something like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking
Always.
to a NPC or something like
But
that.
how long
I just-
is this video?
like pausing, like when you pause the world, it is like you do notice it, right? Like stuff stops, like like if there's anything happening, like
Oh.
if you talk to an NPC
You're
and like
30
fireball
minutes in,
stops
F.
moving across the screen, like it does seem a bit.
That's kind of interesting though.
It was very
Not-
nice, I
not-
gotta say, in Ultimatum.
Right.
Really like that.
I mean, yeah, but that's a little bit different, right? They've got like a different thing going on with that. But I as I said, I prefer thematically in most cases to do some kind of like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking to a vendor kind of solution because I think that
Okay, yeah, let's
would
say like
be
10,
more
15 minutes or
thematically
so.
good. But I do understand.
gonna finish
that that's
the
an issue,
Hell
and we
Tides,
should really
just
fix that
like
because it's not very nice.
1.5 chests.
Yeah. Awesome. I would love to talk a little bit more about respecking and respec costs. I know you've talked previously about like making it free is not a good option. But have you considered making the early game more accessible? I think that is probably, as somebody that like all of my content specializes on new players, and I almost feel like I'm doing them a disservice if I tell them to play around and experiment. The reason for that is a lot of people then come back like, hey, I'm level 60, my build does no damage, how do I fix it? And to a level 60 player who's new to Path of Exile, the only solution is make a new character, which does make some people quit. So something I was thinking about, like, for example, making regrets count for 5 times the amount at a low level, or free respecs until level 50 or 60. Something like that.
You have any thoughts?
Well, I don't really enjoy the idea of a mechanic working differently early on and then, it changing at some point. And really this is going down to understanding what passives are going to do to you, right? Like
that is a big part of it. But I mean, just
also
to,
experimentation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I guess it's funny because this one does come up a lot, and a lot of people just propose, oh yeah, you should be able to just free respec when you're low level, because it seems like an obvious answer to this kind of problem.
I don't think that's a good solution. I actually love that there's a cost and that your things have impact.
I think that's something that Diablo 4 is doing extremely well with the respecking. Like, it basically costs nothing early on, and it like slowly ramps up the cost. And I mean, okay, these days we have like insane gold inflation, so it's not really a problem no matter what. But it kind of gets more costly as you go, and the build like slowly like fossilizes basically, and that's kind of cool. I think that Diablo 4 is like an excellent system for that, and I think they should do something along those lines at least. With the Scroll of
But it
Amnesia.
almost feels
Now,
like
Scroll of Amnesia is not really the way, and like you don't want to like respec your entire passivity, right? Like if it, like Sis was talking about the new players here, and he has a good point. Like, you know, new players, they have no idea how to fix their build, and even if you tell them, they will not have the regrets to fix it, and they will be poor. You know, they're gonna have like the free chaos orb they found in the campaign. They kind of struggle their way to Kitava, die 20 times on Kitava, finally kill him, and then they're in maps, their resistances suck, they can't kill anything, and then they quit. This is how it works. And, you know, like, the regrets are really valuable early on, you know, for a new player, but they have no idea how to get them. And later on, you can just respec as much as you want in PoE because you're rich, so who cares about regrets? So, it's kind of like exactly upside down as it should be. Exactly the opposite of like a D4, right? Where it costs nothing and then it costs a lot more later. And that's exactly how it should be, because early on you want to experiment until you have your build like kind of online and you have the stuff you need, and then you slowly start following and min-maxing, and you start getting attached to that setup that you have created. So I think I definitely need to have something similar to what D4 does.
permanently punishing the player when they're new and they don't understand.
Well, I guess there's two things that I guess to break down that particular thing. It's like the main thing there is that they don't understand, right? And like the don't understand part, I guess, is what I'd want to target. Is because like ideally the best goal is to make.
Yeah, this is a bad move. Like there will be noobs, you know, Jonathan. You don't understand how much of a noob players can be, like especially in PoE.
Them understand the impact of their choices. I mean, we talked before about how we want to have it so that, you know, you can see when you go to allocate a skill what the exact effect on your character will be as far as like DPS on your skills and stuff like that. And I think that will go a long way. I guess I still haven't hit on like a system that I think works really well as far as respecing goes. Like one thing we talked about, for example, that I think is sort of interesting and the kind of thing I'd be willing to do would be that you can free spec specialization points. Like those are the ones that let you specialize in a specific thing. Like that would be the kind of rule that you could have, which of like is an understandable way to allow you to do things through the whole game. But you do start to run into issues where you'd have to make sure that you can only do it in town because you know, you don't want to be able to respec like in the middle of a boss fight. You know, like, they throw like a fire attack at you and you just respec in a fire into fire resist, and then you do an ice attack, and then you're like, oh, so I'll respec back. That kind of thing would be not good.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that I'd be more okay with. But like, so there has to be like ideally there'd be some kind of consistent rule that allows you to feel like you're not losing the character of your character, whatever that means.
Yeah.
While also kind of, you know, I don't know, it's a tricky one. Like, I mean, we do get asked this all the time, right? Like, it's one of those things that like it's just a constant issue on people's minds.
A minor thing too is I think we've made at least, like, I guess this isn't completely done, but the passage tree is meant to have more generic nodes at the start, and then they start becoming more specialized as you travel.
Yeah, but all of this doesn't solve the core problem that noobs will be noobs, and they will have to respec. You know, no matter how clear you make it. Like, you know, all this the stuff that they're saying, like, this is actually like the first big thing I think that I completely disagree with. Like, noobs will be noobs. It's just how it is. And even if they're not noobs, you know, they might want to like start another class for once and, you know, experiment on that and, you know, just try some stuff. You know, every time in Diablo 4 I make a new character, I'm like, oh, what am I going to level with? I have no idea. Let's just start playing and see what happens. And then I'm going to respec like 7 times, and then at some point I'm level 30 or level 50, and I found the thing that I'm going to take to level 100. And this is just super fun. You know, this is what makes Diablo 4 leveling extremely fun. And they need something like this.
Further out.
I mean, that's sort of true in PoE 1.
It is sort of true, but we're trying to make sure that is the case, right?
And that can kind of mean that you don't really have that sort of issue as much with it. Yeah.
So you've said that it's going to be more indicative on the skill tree how much something is going to do for your build, right? Will you be able to sort of, let's say that instead of left-clicking a node, I right-click a node, and it anticipates that you have that. Will you then be able to see it without having enough points to go there? Because a big problem I see is, let's say that somebody starts as a marauder, right? And they end up traveling all the way up to witch instead of down to duels, right? Because they didn't know like what kind of nodes to expect there and stuff. If they aren't able to like sort of plan it out a little bit, let's say they have like 10, 20 shadow nodes that they can assign to sort of pre-plan their route in-game a little bit. That would do it.
So you want to be able to
See tomorrow.
you want to be able to see the final result on your character of
All the nodes up to
all the
that
nodes
point.
up to of basically pre.
If I take these 10
nodes,
nodes, it is, even though I don't have any skill points ready to put.
Right.
7 minutes
We
left.
actually discussed this a little bit, and I guess I'm a bit undecided as to whether that's good or bad. So I previously said before that I want to avoid too much like path of building stuff in the game client because I feel like it can develop things. But on the other hand, like it does seem harmless what you're talking about, and it wouldn't actually be hard to implement once we've got the ability to. Okay, assuming that we already have the ability to show you what the change on your character is for a single node, right? There's no reason it would be harder to do multiple nodes. Like it's easy enough.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, it's the kind of thing I could see us potentially doing, but I guess I'd have to explore like what the full sort of implications of that are. It's the kind of thing we could potentially do.
Cool. Because I do
but-
feel. Sorry, go on.
Go on. Are you going?
I do feel that endgame respecs right now are in a very good place where like I don't feel like it's a problem to respec a level 100 character. It has a very clear
Right.
cost, but I do have a lot of regrets at that point. So it's just PoE is sort of the reverse of a lot of other games there, where a lot of other games
now
I play
Sis is breaking
are
exactly that up.
awful at the endgame respec, but are very forgiving early because you're expected to experiment more and stuff.
Well, I guess one question with that is that do you feel like if you're a level 100 character and you want to respec into something completely different, do you find that to be easy? Was it easier to reroll a new character, or is it easier to?
Yeah, of course it's easier to respec.
Easier
Yeah.
to respec.
Like respecing, if you have to build ready, it takes you 15 minutes. Yeah. How fast can you get to 100?
I think the endgame respec in PoE is very easy.
Right. Yeah, but I mean that's probably a little bit too easy at that point, right? Like because
The purpose of logging out is
it's like, you don't
the
want it to be
steel
that you
chest is
gotta
bugged.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No, it's very hard. It's very difficult.
I think that's partly just to do with where the loot is at this point, as far as getting currency is concerned
Yeah.
in PoE 1. Like it's pretty easy. It's not like look, PoE 1 is what it is, right? So,
Okay.
but
I'm
but
so
the
sorry,
thing is
PoE
that-
community.
Yeah, but the thing is that like
Nerfs are coming.
Like you want it to be that it's a mission you can go on, but
Yeah.
that it's not necessarily like it's not necessarily easier. It's not supposed to necessarily be easier than re-rolling a character. I mean, look, if you're talking about an actual level 100 character, then sure, yeah, it's going to be easier because level 100 should be a hard thing to get to. Not that it is particularly hard in PoE 1. Well, depending on who you are, I suppose, but not that
Yeah.
it is that hard, I guess, in PoE 1 to get to level 100. But if you're talking about like your level, you're like a level sort of 80 character, I would hope that that it would be the case that re-rolling another level 80 would be a bit easier than
Oh, really?
completely 100% respecing the entire character back to 0.
Really? That is insane.
But
I'd say it'd be the case in PoE 2.
Yeah.
I would
But I
think,
guess
at
we'll
least.
see. Like it's supposed
Yeah,
to be
we'll
a
have
bit of
to
a
find out,
bit of a
I
mission
suppose.
to go on, right? Is that way you still maintain the story of your character and everything, kind of.
See, as a player, I do feel a little bit differently of it.
I mean, okay, let's see exactly how this will play out, right? If you guys remember, the default dev said pretty much the same thing. It's like originally, like pre-launch, right? They said like, yeah, it's gonna take like 150 hours for people to reach level 100 and blah 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 blah, right? And it was a pretty long leveling journey, right? Even for world first, it was like 77 hours in my case as a solo player, which was half of the estimate of the devs. So they were pretty much fine there, but they also said like, yeah, it may be easier to just level another character instead of trying to make another build on the same character because the cost will be high and blah blah blah. And you see how quickly they went back on that, right? And even if they launched PoE 2 with like a similar system, thinking, okay, yeah, just make a new character, guys, even if it's level 80 or even if it's level 90 or whatever, that will go back on that really fast, I think. Even if that's true, which I don't think it is, because this would mean that regret orbs or whatever is the equivalent of respecking in PoE 2 would have to be even more expensive than they are now, significantly more expensive than they are now, because they're not actually that expensive. Like when you kind of know a little bit what you're doing, you can respec a character easily many times if you want, and it's not such a problem. But now them saying that, yeah, if it's level 80, then we want it to be like somewhere like, okay, maybe it should be easier to make a new character. I mean, no one's gonna do that really. People are gonna quit, or they're gonna try to farm up the respec. That's how it is. Yeah, and if they're gonna launch with like respecs being that difficult, they're gonna be in trouble.
I do like that there's a cost, but I do like that it's just that it is a cost. It's a clear cost. How much am I paying, and then I can weigh the pros and cons. But I don't necessarily want it to be like really difficult.
Right. As I said, I mean, we'll look into the balance of that for sure.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like, I don't want it to be trivial to be like, oh yeah, just easy, just like, you know, like just grab 100 regrets. It's simple as. But
Yeah, I don't like that either. You know, I don't think they should make it too easy to respec, but they could also just like not make it tied to a currency, right? They can make it tied to and maybe do like a, I don't know, some quest line to give you a respec or whatever, right? Or I don't know what. It doesn't have to be just regrets and you click it like 100 times. But I mean, there could be many ways of solving this issue, I think. Also depending on how the skill trees will actually look exactly and stuff, right? Like if you look at the PoE passive tree, it's like really large and you don't have like this, you know, somewhat like, you know, easy, like, you know, I take out 3 points here, I put them up there and I'm done or whatever. So it's like a bit more complicated than that, I guess, in PoE. Yeah, respecking sucks, because mostly early game though, because you just can't afford it. But later on you don't care, so... But on the other hand, later on you don't respec, right? Unless you want to make a new build. And most of the time people make a new build on a new character, and yeah, that makes sense. But, you know, they kind of keep their other character to like, you know, still farm some maps or some bosses or whatever. Or they just want to try another class. And all that is fine. But yeah. It's a bit weird, this conversation.
But you know, I don't know. Like, I feel like where were we 5 years ago, right? Like, how were things looking then?
Well, yeah, it has gotten increasingly easier, but I do think it is something that causes people to play longer, because ARPGs notoriously have a big problem with. Obviously, you guys get asked all the time if people can just skip the campaign and stuff, because I think on software specifically, it can easily feel like a chore. So I do think reasonable access to respeccing and remaking characters so that people don't have to do the campaign for the ones that want it. I do think there is a lot of value in that.
Right. Understood. I guess what I would say though is that like playing longer isn't necessarily our goal within one league.
The campaign is so
Like,
bad. I
we
kind of
want you
like
to
the
come back
campaign
and play
actually
every league.
in PoE.
We don't necessarily want you to
I'm
play
not
a single
I'm
league
not
for,
upset
like,
about the campaign at all.
all 3 months, if you know what I mean. So like the argument really, like, I guess when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, you know, we want you to try out something again next league. I'm not that I guess I'm probably coming across negatively here because I'm just gonna, for sure, which I want to try and make sure that I'm saying, okay, I'm not necessarily out there to be like, okay, let's just make respecking really hard. Like, that isn't really my goal. But what I will say is that I kind of want to, the primary feeling here is just, you know, making sure that you feel like my character isn't just like a, what's the right, maybe you're better.
It's not X amount of currency to convert into a completely different character and I forget everything what my character was before.
I mean, ultimately it is that, right?
Ultimately it is.
Specs do that,
Yes.
but you don't want it to feel immediately just like...
It's not just a trivial amount of currency, I suppose.
Right. You want it to feel, probably. You want it to make it feel like there's a little bit of a thing there. Like I am going on a mission to do this. It isn't just like something that I can trivially do. I mean, obviously you get to the point. I mean, as a streamer, you probably feel this way a bit more because of the way that, like, you know how to acquire wealth at this point. Like so therefore, like, the wealth cost probably doesn't seem very high.
Yeah.
But I guess I would say that I would hope that for the average player, at least, for the average player, I would hope that it would feel like a cost that is, like, you know, relatively significant for them to feel like, you know, oh yeah, this is something that I would have to embark on. It isn't just like a, you know, like a.
Oh, I think. Oh, I just cut out a little bit there. I think I heard all of it. I think I just disagree a little bit, but that is something that could be off-putting to people in the game, I think. So be interesting to see how you approach that.
I mean, since this is something that comes up a lot, I will like discuss it more with Mark and Rishi and stuff like that, because I mean, look, one thing that is important to me is that if there are issues that the players are worried about, that we don't dismiss them. Like, that's really something that's ultimately really important. And I think that it's kind of the philosophy that I've had more around PoE2 is like no excuses about the stuff. Like, if people are bothered by something, then we're going to find a way to deal with it. It's like, so like, if that's still really a concern, then we may have to go further than what I would feel normally comfortable with going with. But it's
like the free respec. I mean, there's no respecking in the free at all, though, right? There's like nothing in the free. That's the thing. I mean, you just change your skill to something else. It's like, I guess you can call it respecking, right? But they're not actually building anything. That's, you know, completely different from the other games. Like, the free is extremely shallow. And PoE is the exact opposite of that. Yeah. Respec, I guess. But I guess it's just, you do it whenever you want. It's super easy. It's just like you don't have anything to level. You don't have any like paths. It's like simple. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people like D3, right? Partly due to the simplicity, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, Diablo 4 respecking also feels kind of like you can just do whatever you want at any time at this point, you know, with like the insane gold inflation. Like the respecking cost has been brought down so much, like it's basically irrelevant at this point. Right? We have so much gold inflation in D4 already, and we're just in season 3. So it doesn't feel like a cost, you know. This thing costs 45k. You know, I can press this button, I can take this out, I put this in again. I don't even like, you know, blink an eye on that. So
kind of like a I guess the like it is something like, okay, there are areas that you can get to where like I feel a certain way about something, and if the players feel differently, at some point I just need to find a way to change my opinion. So like maybe that will be something that needs to happen here.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that it doesn't, and that we'll get this to the right place. But you know, like I certainly do, like if we're in beta and people are still complaining about respecs, then we're fucked up somewhere. So like we need to make sure that that's not a thing people are going to be complaining about.
I think that's a good take. And another thing that's important to consider too, the better someone is at the game and the faster somebody is at the campaign, the less they're going to mind it too. Like I personally don't mind doing the campaign because I do it in 2 or 3 hours, but there are so many people that maybe even after a few thousands of hours of Path of Exile still do like 10, 15 hours through the campaign. And to those people especially, I know it does feel like a chore.
Right. Understood.
Yeah. Very different question next. Is the private league system something that is staying in Path of Exile too?
Yeah, we'll definitely keep it. Yeah. I always hope that there are more things we could do with that, but it's kind of one of those things that ends up not really getting a huge amount of development time. There's no reason. I mean, look, it'll just work as it works in PoE 1 without us having to do anything, so there's no reason for it not to stay. But yeah, it'll be nice to do some more to it in the future.
So I have some extra ideas there for private league system things. Something I've always wanted to see, and I want to know how you feel about it, would be, let's say, a month in or 2 months into the league, crazier options unlock for private leagues, but they're tied behind a void league. So maybe you can have some positive mods, or maybe you can change the entire way the game feels, but it's like a month or 2 in. For those that really want to, they don't really want to continue playing other games than Path of Exile, right? But they do want maybe a different experience.
So we do want to be a little bit careful around positive mods. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Well,
there's
always the danger of positive
Thanks so much, man.
mods making it so the game is a lot more gifty right before the next league comes out, and then there's like this big, you know, difference.
The issue is like, okay, let's say we had a league mod on private leagues for whichever reason made it really easy to get Headhunter. What that would mean is that everyone can effectively just try out what it's like to have Headhunter, and they lose that aspirational goal as a thing that they might want to do next league. And so we just...
Yeah, I very much agree with this point. I think they should never have positive mods in private leagues. It should always be negative. I think that's just the only way to make this reasonable. And they can still run their, like, you know, void leagues, like event leagues, whatever, right, as a special thing, just officially, and not private leagues. But yeah, I think this would actually be a huge mistake, trying to give people this like insane dopamine hit, because it's gonna quit.
Just want to be really careful that we don't make it so that like we trivialize what it means to get a certain item in the game by making it so that like, oh, this is just like in this privately you can just do that. I guess that's kind of the main fear around having positive mods, like,
well,
but basically around that.
So, but is it necessarily a problem with, let's say that, like, I end up not really enjoying those positive mobs. They're not for me, so I play every league start. But let's say, for example, Empyrean, right? He loves these positive mods, so instead, he waits like a month into the league and is exclusively playing on these like extra leagues. Still playing the same amount of time. I'm basically asking, is that type of fun bad?
It's not a question of playtime, like for us. It's really just comes down to not wanting to compromise for others. The feeling, like if you know that someone can easily get a Headhunter without having to go through the thing that they went through, even if it isn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't matter exactly, like, you know, what are the motives, or if people play more, like, you know, halfway into the league when the positive stuff unlocks, and then, you know, you just play that PoE, right? It's basically just like you skip the main game so you can play the Ultra League or something, basically, and you just do it with like a 1.5 months delay every single time. Like every single league, you just come 1.5 months late to play the Ultra shit. And I think that's just kind of like, oof, yeah. I kind of agree with the devs there. Anyway, guys, I gotta go, unfortunately. We're gonna continue tomorrow and some more stuff. Was a nice session today. We got some useless Ubers, but we also got our Evernight. That's good. Yeah, maybe if everything works well, we're gonna be done by the end of the weekend with our prep. Yeah, GG. We're gonna continue tomorrow, so let's do this. I'm gonna wait someone. Thanks for supporting again today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. We were right today. Could rate one of the last Epoch boys today, maybe. How about McFluffin, for example? Let's do it. Because they were like doing the preview. He was also in a video with this. Well, they didn't show him, I think, but the voice. Halt.